Section 12 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 2, Chapter 1, Restoration of the Times, 1896 to 1900. Part 3. The very first issue of the Times, on September 18, 1851, had carried an editorial on the Cuban question. Crittenden's filibusters, who had gone to aid the Lopez Rebellion, had lately been captured and shot, and the rising itself had been put down. The Times saw in the failure of the Lopez Rising proof that the Cubans did not want independence, and it opposed the annexationist agitation of that day on very solid grounds. For, of course, the Cuban question in the 50s was only part of the larger question of the slave empire of the Golden Circle. Annexation was desired by those who wanted another slave state, and opposed in the North precisely because that was the motive of those who wanted it. Even the article above referred to took a couple of paragraphs to explain that Americans would always sympathize with any people struggling to be free. By 1898, the Cuban question was on a wholly different basis. Cuba was no longer a partisan interest in American politics, nor was there any doubt as to the popular support of the revolution which had begun in 1895. The Times had held in Cleveland's administration and in the first year of McKinley's that the distress and disorder in the island must be ended, and that if they could not be ended by Spain on a basis satisfactory to Cuba, there might be need of American intervention. As the situation became more critical, the Times editorial page discussed the right of intervention according to international law, coming to the conclusion that the United States government would undoubtedly be justified in taking that step, should it prove impossible to settle the Cuban question by other means, on the ground of safeguarding the peace and safety of our own people, who could not be persuaded to sit quietly by while the Cubans were fighting for freedom. President McKinley afterward acknowledged that these articles had been of great value in helping him to clarify his own views about the rights and duties of our government in the crisis. In the weeks leading up to the declaration of war, the Times had maintained a temperate attitude, hoping that some satisfactory solution might be reached without hostilities, but insisting that the Cuban question must now be settled and finally settled. When the course of the war brought unexpected acquisitions of territory in the Pacific and the Caribbean, the Times could see little merit in the arguments of the anti-imperialists. In its opinion, there was not much use talking about the desirability of expansion. Expansion had happened. It had come as an incident in an apparently inevitable historical development, and it had to be accepted as a fact. Mr. Bryan's zealous anti-imperialism only reinforced in the minds of the editors of the Times the impression that his attitude on the currency had already created, and his personality and the two major issues which he had selected led the Times to give its support to the Republican presidential ticket in 1900 for the first time in 16 years. But if the Times's editorial reaction to the issues of the Spanish War honorably carried on the traditions of the paper's history, the other departments found the war all but disastrous. Advertising fell off ruinously in the spring and summer of 1898, when a good many excitable persons expected to be awakened any morning by the roar of Cervera's guns bombarding Coney Island. This loss, borne by all the papers, naturally fell with particular weight on the one which was just beginning to struggle back to financial security. The Times indeed managed to enliven the early period of the conflict by a private war of its own with certain advertisers. The North German Lloyd Steamship Company had sold a vessel to the Spanish government for use as a troop ship or converted cruiser. The Times observed editorially that whatever the legal aspects of this sale of war material to the enemy, it was pretty poor business in the North German Lloyd, thus to affront the people which was its best customer. This observation stirred up a too zealous official of that company not only to withdraw his own advertising from the Times, but to endeavor to persuade other steamship lines to follow his example, on the ground that this was unwarranted and intolerable criticism of a foreign transportation company. This coming to the attention of the Times, its editors were moved to the comment, several times repeated on the editorial page, that this transaction involved something which looked very much like criminal conspiracy. The right of the North German Lloyd to withdraw its own advertising was conceded, but when it attempted to form a combination against the Times, it was taking a pretty long chance. The German line had chosen a highly unpopular issue, and before long, friends of its managers were coming to the Times office and begging the paper to let up on them. The attempted combination was abandoned. Even if the German line had been successful, the loss of steamship advertising would have made no very great diminution in the income of any newspaper. But just then, in 1898, the Times needed all it could get, and indeed, a good deal more. Nor was it able to recover any of the lost ground on the basis of enormous increases in circulation. Some increase there was. The Times was growing from week to week, but growing slowly. And the war had suddenly forced it into a situation where it could not hope to compete against its more prosperous rivals. The Spanish-American War was probably, from the viewpoint of a certain type of newspaperman, the most convenient war ever fought. It was a little war, it was a short war, and it was near at hand. Nor had there been any great conflicts in recent years which might have overshadowed it or enabled the country to view it in proper perspective. And though the fighting was on a small scale, the issues were indeed important to the whole country. Here was a war, almost on the front doorstep, in which a people which had been at peace for a third of a century had an overwhelming interest. This alone made it a tremendous news story. Moreover, it did not last long enough for the enthusiasm of the early weeks to be cooled. It was brilliantly successful. There were no defeats to sober the country, no long casualty lists to divert attention. Its history could be, and was, what was called a few years later, a glory story. And above all, it was a war on a small scale. It was not so big that the doings of the armies overshadowed the competitive enterprise of the newspapers. As a happy hunting ground for war correspondents, it has seldom been equaled. The armadas of dispatch boats loaded with reporters, feature writers, and photographers sent down by some of the New York papers were about as formidable as Sampson's fleet, and their doings took up pretty nearly as much space in dispatches. As for the campaigns ashore, the readers of some papers might justifiably have been in doubt whether the war was primarily a field for the doings of eminent personages who had volunteered from civil life, or a convenient arrangement for exploitation of the famous correspondents who happened to write about the eminent personages. The fact that a battle had been fought, and that we had won it, was less important than that Mr. A, the renowned politician, and Mr. B, the noted Yale halfback, had taken part in the battle. And this again was of less consequence, according to some newspapers, than that the doings of Mr. A and Mr. B had been reported by the famous correspondent X and depicted by the celebrated artist Y. And before the public had time to tire of this sort of thing, the war was over, and everybody but the few thousand victims of canned horse and the Cuban climate had come home. In all this, the Times had no part, for the painful reason that it had no money. It was laboriously paying its way. It could manage to meet current expenses, but it could not plunge into any of the wild expenditures undertaken by the more prosperous New York papers. As an example of what those papers which could afford it were doing, may be mentioned the Herald's dispatch of some 2,000 words on the night of July 3rd, which alone of special dispatches to individual newspapers brought, in time for publication next morning, the details of the destruction of Cervera's fleet. It was filed at Port Antonio, Jamaica, for transmission via Kingston and Panama, and to take precedence of the hundreds of thousands of words of press dispatches piled up at the Port Antonio telegraph office, it was sent at double the commercial rates, prepaid, the total cost being $3.25 a word, paid in gold. The Times could not do this or anything like it. Even dispatch boats and special cables were an impossible luxury. When the news came, the Times displayed it as intelligently and satisfactorily as anybody, and its editorial comment on the news was sound and well informed. But the news itself was everybody's news. It came from the Associated Press. The Times did indeed have a little mail correspondence, but that accounted for nothing in a time when the victories of Schley and Shafter were less important in themselves than the opportunities which they afforded for shrieking headlines, signed cablegrams in 12-point full face, and smudgy pictures by staff artists. The Times was still a good newspaper, but it couldn't compete in calling the attention of the public to its excellence. So the end of the war found the management of the Times facing the possibility that the work of the past 2 years had been in vain. The meager $100,000 of operating capital with which Mr. Ochs had started was gone, and the receipts of the paper, though gradually improving, were not sufficient to make it up. It was apparent that something had to be done. But when the publisher put forward his idea of the proper remedy, many people thought that it meant sudden and irretrievable ruin. He proposed to cut the price to 1 cent. It had been 47 years since the Times had sold at that price, and the 1 cent field among morning newspaper readers had long been left to the World and the Journal. It had come to be the general opinion that that was the sort of thing people wanted for 1 cent, that those who thought that no newspaper was worth more than that would be quite content with what was offered them and had no appetite for anything else. The publisher thought otherwise. It was his belief that a great many people who found the difference between $3 and $10 for a year's newspaper bills sufficient to be worth considering were reading the World and the Journal only because they were cheap. Give them a choice, and a good many of them might prefer a paper of the character which the Times had established. It was not to be doubted that there were a good many objections to the proposal. There would be an immediate and considerable decrease in circulation revenue, though at the low price of paper in those days, it would still be possible for the Times to get more than enough income from a 1 cent circulation to pay for the paper on which the news was printed. The question, of course, was whether the circulation would increase sufficiently to bring in advertising. There was a danger that advertisers who had been used to regarding the Times as appealing to a constituency small in quantity but high in quality would come to the conclusion that it had merely lowered the quality without corresponding increase in quantity. What the Times hoped to do was to increase the quantity while retaining the same quality. In other words, it did not expect to cut in on the natural field of the world and the journal. It was not going to be a yellow journal. It was not going to compete for the favor of those who wanted yellow journals. Mr. Ochs said in an interview published in a trade paper a few months later, January 1899, quote, "Such papers as the World and the Journal exist because the public wants them. I hold that some of their features are open to criticism, but each of them has done infinitely more good than harm." Unquote. It was quite clear to the publisher of the Times that there was a large part of the 1 cent public which wanted precisely what it was getting for 1 cent. The question, which could be decided only by trial, was whether there might also be a part of the 1 cent public that wanted something of a different sort, and the Times resolved to find out. In the editorial announcement of the change of price on October 10, 1898, some of the aspects of the matter as they appeared to the Times management were stated as follows, quote, "It is the price of the paper, not its character, that has changed. In appealing to a larger audience, the Times by no means proposes to offend the taste or forfeit the confidence of the audience it now has, already large, discriminating, and precious to it as lifelong friends. That statement we make in full sincerity and with firm resolution. We wish to make it with all possible emphasis, so that no reader of the Times in the past need scan the columns of this morning's issue or of any subsequent issue with the least misgiving or apprehension, lest the reduction in price may be concurrent with a lowering in tone and quality. The old readers of the Times and the new shall find it a clean, truthful, carefully edited newspaper at 1 cent, a paper that recognizes its obligation to give its readers all the news, but values its own good name and their respect too highly to put before them the untrue or the unclean, or to affront their intelligence and their good taste with freaks of typographic display or reckless sensationalism. During the past 2 years, the Times has made a large advance in circulation. No paper, however, ever increases in circulation fast enough to satisfy its conductors. It has seemed to the management of the Times that while the growth of its sales was steady and substantial, it was too slow. That while its circulation has reached a large figure for a newspaper of its character, it ought to be larger. The proposition that many thousands of persons in this city of 3.5 million souls buy and read 1 cent newspapers chiefly on account of their price and not on account of their character and quality seems sound. We believe these thousands would like to read a newspaper of the character and quality of the Times in preference to, or let us generously suppose in conjunction with, the papers they have been reading. The Times has determined to extend its appeal beyond those readers with whom quality is indispensable and price a matter of no consequence, to the presumably much larger number of persons to whom both price and quality are of consequence. Unquote. This emphasis on the unaltered character and quality of the paper now offered at 1/3 of the former price was terribly necessary. Many readers would be certain to feel that only a yellow paper could be produced for 1 cent, and would look with cynical eagerness for the expected deterioration in quality. Indeed, this view seems to have been held by some people in the Times office. On the night the change was announced, one of the reporters came in with what he joyfully heralded to the night city editor as a beautifully sensational story. It did not appear in the paper. Indeed, the publisher afterward observed that he wouldn't have had a sensational story in that day's issue for any consideration. And little by little, doubting readers of the Times became convinced that their fears were needless. It was the same paper they had been getting. Nothing had been changed but the price. Some unfriendly comment, however, was occasioned by the change, and for other reasons. It must have been known to anybody in the newspaper business in New York that the editorial observation of October 10th, that it had seemed to the management of the Times that while the growth of its sales was steady and substantial, it was too slow, was certainly not an overstatement. Newspaper men pretty generally suspected what was indeed the fact, that the Times had virtually been driven to the step, and there were some who ungenerously attributed it to base reasons. A gubernatorial campaign was going on at the time, and the newspaper was supporting Augustus Van Wyck, the Democratic candidate. The suspicion not unnaturally sprang up in many minds that this reduction of income was only possible because there was some compensating revenue which had suddenly been opened to the paper. Only one newspaper, the Evening Mail, came boldly out and said that the Times had been subsidized by Tammany. And when the Times promptly called that paper to account, it as promptly apologized. But the suspicion persisted among some readers, and one of them, who was frank enough to express his opinions in a letter to the editor, was answered by an editorial statement which pointed out that it would be rather transparently stupid to take this step in the middle of a political campaign if its reason were that which the political position of the paper might suggest. Stronger than the conviction that the Times had sold out to Tammany was the belief of most practical newspaper men that this meant the beginning of the end. The changes of price in the 80s, which had such unhappy results, were recalled, and it seemed to be the general conviction that the Times would find it impossible to retain its quality at 1 cent. The Tribune and the Herald, whose comments on the change were in a friendly tone, which bore evidence of the more civilized spirit which was coming into New York journalism, nevertheless expressed their conviction that high quality could not long be given at low price. One may surmise that their conviction was perhaps strengthened by the fear that if it were possible, their own readers might wonder why they couldn't do it. And though the suspicion is perhaps ungenerous, one cannot help feeling that the friendly tone of their references to the subject was perhaps due to the conviction that this meant the speedy disappearance of an old rival. More gratifying to the Times, among the numerous remarks on the change in other papers, were those of the Philadelphia Record, which expressed a belief, based on its own experience, that the Times would find, as the Record had found, that it was possible to be both decent and cheap. Since the Record, selling at 1 cent, was at that time one of the most profitable newspaper properties in the country, this encouragement was welcome as a hopeful token of what might be ahead of the Times. And the Record's prediction was right. At first, the reduction applied only to sales in the city. Out-of-town customers still paid 3 cents as they had paid before. But with the announcement came an immediate demand from these subscribers for a reduction of the Times to 2 cents out of town, which was the price charged in those parts for the World and the Journal. It had been the intention to make this change eventually. It had been delayed because the presses were barely able to take care of the increased city circulation anticipated from the reduction. But the protests of out-of-town subscribers made it apparent almost at once that there was opportunity to make great gains in that field also. The change was made 1 week after the original announcement, with the assistance of other papers who lent the Times the use of part of their mechanical plant until its own could be appropriately expanded. It might be remarked, for the benefit of the non-professional reader, that newspapers have always, even in the days of their most bitter vituperation of each other, been ready for such reciprocal assistance in case of any really serious need, a fact which might have suggested to their readers, long before the smoke began to blow away, that a good deal of the harsh language was omitted merely for the joy of battle. The Times circulation began to jump. It no longer climbed slowly and laboriously. It vaulted from pinnacle to pinnacle. Less than a month showed that the reduction of price had done all that had been hoped, and it continued to do more in the following months. The most skeptical eventually had to admit that the quality of the Times was as good as ever, indeed better than ever, for the renewed prosperity of the paper made it possible to spend more money for news, and the gain in circulation was astounding. In September 1898, the daily average circulation was 25,726. In September 1899, 1 year later, it was 76,260. There are few, if any, parallels to this sudden rise in American newspaper history. The gain in advertising was commensurate. In 1898, the advertisements printed amounted to 2,433,193 agate lines. In 1899, they had risen to 3,378,750, and the increase had not been accompanied by any loss in character. Some of the advertisers supposed that the drive at a 1-cent circulation meant reduction of rates, since the increase in circulation might be offset by the lower buying power of the new readers. It did not seem so to the management of the Times. In a single month, shortly after the change, more than $50,000 worth of advertising was refused because it was offered below the regular rates of the paper. The Times was preparing to build up a high-class constituency at a low price. It succeeded amazingly, and long before it had achieved the full measure of its intent, the late Andrew Carnegie, as shrewd a judge of values as ever came from Scotland, pronounced it the best cent's worth in the world. It may be admitted that when the change was made, it was not supposed by the management of the Times that the 1-cent price would be long retained. Newspapermen in the latter part of 1898 knew that the World and the Journal, by their enormously expensive competition, which came to a climax in the covering of the Spanish War, had eaten heavily into their profits. The fight was beginning to cost more than it was worth, and it was generally understood that the papers were preparing by agreement to raise their price to 2 cents. When that time came, the Times was going to 2 cents with them, but the management believed that it would be more profitable to come up to 2 cents than down to it, that most of the readers who had learned to like the Times at 1 cent would stay with it when the price was increased, especially as there would be no 1-cent morning papers left. But the World and the Journal, faced with this sudden and amazingly vigorous competition in their own field, did not dare to try it. They were quite possibly afraid that if they went to 2 cents, the Times would stay at 1 cent and attract many of their readers. As suggested above, the publisher of the Times was not of this opinion, but since his competitors stuck to the old price, he did the same, and there was no change until the unprecedented expenses of the World War, nearly 20 years afterward, forced all the morning papers to go back to 2 cents. From the morning of October 10, 1898, the prosperity of the Times was assured. It had turned the corner, and the old penniless days were soon to become only a memory. It was thereafter only a question of the degree of the paper's success, and it presently increased beyond the dream of any one in the office. Of the fact of success there was never, from the end of 1898, any doubt. Though the rate of progress was slower for a few years after that, the progress was without intermission. So well was the Times getting ahead that the paper was able in 1900 to undertake, at an expense of $50,000, the publication of a special edition at the Paris Exposition. This younger sister of the New York Times, to which it bore a very strong family likeness, was published within the Exposition grounds in June, July, August, September, and October, under the editorship of George W. Ochs, a brother of the publisher. It showed the French a good deal about American newspaper methods and aroused their respect, even if it did not excite their emulation. And it furnished American visitors to the Exposition with a plentiful supply of home news and world news such as they were quite unable to get from the old established competing publication, which devoted most of its space to the doings of the European aristocracy and the mathematical perplexities of the old lady from Philadelphia. It was a good newspaper, and it was an excellent advertisement for the New York Times. By this time, however, the Times was getting to the stage where it hardly needed any longer to advertise itself. Its reputation was attending to the advertising. The general belief among the newspaper men of 1896 that the Times could not be revived had been so strong that some of the paper's competitors did not realize that it was catching up with them until it was some distance ahead. The old United Press, which had been maintained at heavy expense by the Sun, the Herald, the Tribune, and the Times, and whose drain on the Times's resources had done a good deal to bring the paper into its financial misfortunes, went to pieces soon after the new management assumed control of the Times. The Times, the Herald, and the Tribune at once applied for admission to the Associated Press, then incorporated under the laws of Illinois, and the Herald and the Tribune were admitted with full rights and privileges. But the Times was able to get in only as a sort of stepchild on what was known as a Class B membership with no right of protest. Fortunately for the paper, the Supreme Court of Illinois decided in 1900 that the Associated Press was a public utility and compelled to furnish its news to anybody. This forced a reorganization under the laws of New York. Mr. Ochs, through his Chattanooga Times membership, was one of the leading members of the Associated Press and had been active in the work of the organization. Now that there was to be a reorganization in New York, the Times received full membership, and he was welcomed to the councils of the leaders and became one of the charter members of the new body. And for 20 years past, he has been a member of the board of directors and of its executive committee. By that time, the prosperity of the Times was securely established, and the reorganization committee was dissolved on July 1st, 1900. The 3,876 shares, which had been held until the publisher should have made the paper pay its way for 3 consecutive years, were transferred to him. The experiment, regarded as hopeless by all the experts, had succeeded in less than 4 years, and it was already evident that bigger things were ahead. In this recovery, many men played their parts, but the contribution of the new publisher may be suggested by the remark made years later by one of the veterans of the Times staff. He found the paper on the rocks and made them foundation stones. End of section 12 and end of chapter 1 of part 2. Section 13 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 2, Chapter 2, Conservatism, Independence, Democracy, 1900 to 1914. On September 18, 1901, the Times celebrated its Golden Jubilee, which was commemorated on September 25th in a special historical supplement whose publication was deferred for a week on account of the funeral of President McKinley. The advertisements published in that supplement, 224 in number, were all representative of firms which had been doing business in New York City on September 18, 1851, and ever since. A convincing demonstration that even in this city of rapid and enormous changes, there was still a commercial substratum of old traditions with prospects of something like permanence. In the editorial comment on the anniversary, there was, of course, some discussion of the changes in the character of journalism between 1851 and 1901. The chief of which was the extensive publication by papers at the beginning of the 20th century of what may be called personal news, the chronicle of happenings in the lives of individuals themselves of no great importance. The reading public had become interested not only in the big news, in public affairs and events of great importance, but in the reporting of things on which the reader could make the comment, "That might have happened to me." It might have been supposed in 1901 that the development of the art of news-getting in future decades would be chiefly in this same direction. But the editors of the Times suspected even then that this was not wholly true, for in their editorial remarks on the future of the paper they gave their principal attention to the alliance for mutual benefit which had just been concluded with the London Times, an arrangement of which more will presently be said, by which the New York Times obtained all rights to the world news service of its English contemporary. Said a Times editorial article on the Jubilee Day, quote, "The occasional triumph known in the lingo of journalism as a beat may shed a fleeting luster on the name of a newspaper. Of those, the Times has had its share in the half-century of its life. But the daily habit of gathering into its columns from the four corners of the earth all the news which vigilance and faithful effort can obtain, and in which intelligent minds are likely to be interested, gives enduring character and reputation, and determines the public judgment." Unquote. And indeed, the remarkable growth of the Times in the following years was largely due to its diligence in obtaining and sound judgment in handling the big news, much of it foreign news. This had been notably true even before the outbreak of the war of 1914 to 1918 gave to American journalism a test from which the Times emerged perhaps more brilliantly than any of its competitors. Even so early as 1901, it was apparent that the American people were in the world, whether they liked it or not. that the long introversion of the decades after the Civil War had at last come to an end. The world was visibly drawing into a closer interrelation, and the years between 1901 and 1914 were to see the development of a peaceful internationalism, an assimilation of all nations, or at least of the upper and middle classes of all nations, to a common standard of life, such as had not been known since the Roman Empire broke down. It was to be the destiny of the times to find its most brilliant opportunities in responding to the demands of this new age for news from far wider fields than those in which the majority had had any interest in the latter part of the 19th century. The isolation of the 70s and 80s, an isolation always more apparent than real, had ended when Dewey's guns boomed in Manila Bay. Personal news had reached its utmost popularity in the 90s. With a new era of international peace, it may once more come back, as it has begun to come back since the war, to overshadowing importance. But the editors of the Times in 1901 judged rightly the tendencies of the age which was beginning. For a third of a century, the American people, like some orders of medieval monks, had been trying to find peace by gazing at its own navel, and it was just awakening to the discovery that the world contained sights of somewhat more absorbing interest. The Times set forth upon this new era in the enjoyment of a higher degree of material prosperity than it had ever known in its best days of old. Its paid circulation in its Jubilee month averaged 102,472 per day, a stupendous figure by the standards of Raymond and Jones, but one which the conductors of the paper could already see was only a beginning. Even they hardly realized in 1901 that the circulation of the Times would reach the figures of today, which are seldom much below and often above those of its most aggressively popular contemporaries in New York morning journalism. That some New York papers have a circulation of 300,000 or 400,000 a day is not surprising. The only surprising circumstance is that they do not sell 1,000,000 a day, for there is nothing in them which anybody cannot understand. That a paper such as the Times, which, though not aiming expressly at a limited number of intelligent readers, does give up its pages rather to the news of general interest and high importance than to items which tickle the fancy, should have a circulation of 350,000 is somewhat more remarkable, and those who produce the Times may be pardoned if they regard it as rather encouraging for the future of a democracy which is likely to get into a good deal of trouble unless it knows what is going on. The Times in 1901 was firmly on its feet. It had won back its old position and somewhat more. The history of that recovery has been told. The chronicle of the years that were to come before the outbreak of the World War is a somewhat different story. The story of the paper's emergence from the crowd, so to speak, to a position which may at least be described as that of a primus inter pares in the prompt and reliable presentation of the news of the world. Some of the war cries of the earlier years were to be heard less frequently in the future. The crusade against yellow journalism, for example, gradually died away. There was no longer so much need for a crusade, for the bright orange journalism of the 90s was, in some quarters at least, slowly fading into a somewhat more respectable color. The Times had, of course, contributed a good deal to the war against yellow journalism, but its war aims were of a somewhat different sort from those of its associates. To use a terminology familiar to present-day readers, it was not fighting a war of conquest or annihilation. It might aspire to some disannexations of those portions of the reading public which had been attracted into the sphere of influence of the yellow journals, though they rightfully belonged to the Times. But that had been accomplished by the reduction of price in 1898. Its conductors never had the desire, which was apparently cherished by some of their contemporaries, to blot out certain others. The object, and the only object, of the Times's criticism of yellow journalism was to familiarize every newspaper reader with the fact that the Times would give him what its conductors regarded as the good elements that were to be found in their more sensational contemporaries, and would give them at the same low price, without the other features which many readers found objectionable. It was their purpose to see that nobody should read the yellows under the misapprehension that there and there alone could he get the news, and get it for 1 cent. When this fact had been advertised, when everybody knew what the Times offered, then it was the reader's business to decide what kind of paper he wanted. After that, the Times was content with the steady growth that came year by year as more and more readers came to find the Times more satisfactory than the papers which had previously been their favorites. The history of this intervening period between 1900 and 1914 can perhaps best be told in compartments, by taking up first the editorial views of the Times and their reactions on the public, then the development of the news side of the paper, and finally some episodes in its business history which are pertinent to the story of the paper's rise to power, and interesting also as having some bearing on the rising ethical standards of the newspaper business. The Times's position as an independent, democratic newspaper was maintained in the early years of the 20th century with the qualification that it was somewhat more independent than democratic. For Mr. William Jennings Bryan, the Times has never had much admiration, except in so far as it welcomed him as imparting to politics something of that character, at once hilarious and consecrated, which the Reverend Dr. Billy Sunday gives to religion. The Times supported the Republican presidential ticket in 1900 because at last the Republican Party had been driven into genuine support of the sound money issue, and because the Republicans, though by no means united in their opinion on the future duties and responsibilities of the United States as a world power, were free from that academic sort of anti-imperialism which pleased Mr. Bryan. Mr. McKinley, though by no means a giant among statesmen, was learning more about the business of being president, and his latest utterances indicated that he understood some of the demands of the day a little better than the gentleman who so soon was to succeed him. For Mr. Roosevelt's character, energy, and patriotism, the Times always had the highest respect, and its editors would not deny that on the whole he was an immensely valuable asset to the America of his time. But the President of the United States has to be not only the worshiper and preacher of ideals, but an official performing certain functions. For many of Mr. Roosevelt's actions, the Times had only praise, but its editors were inclined to think that the effect of much of his radical teachings went a good deal further than he himself would have liked to believe, and they could not fail to note that one of the great problems of the time, tariff reform, was an issue when he came into office, and an issue that had got no further forward when he went out. The Democratic Party in 1904 had repudiated most of the heresies which Mr. Bryan had raised to the level of dogmas, and seemed to be turning back to the sounder positions of Cleveland's day. The Times accordingly supported Alton B. Parker. As in 1872 and 1880, the people were once more inclined to trust the Republican Party, and unhappily, the Democratic leaders seemed to think, after the defeat of 1904, that the only way to overcome Roosevelt's popularity was by adopting his doctrines. When Mr. Bryan was once more the Democratic candidate in 1908, the Times supported Taft, but the betrayal of pledges by the Republican Party, which followed immediately, drove away from it all its independent supporters, as well as a considerable fraction of the party membership. In the agitation which beset the Democratic Party during the years when every aspiring politician had his eye on a nomination that carried more prospect of election than those of previous campaigns, the Times was chiefly interested in keeping the party from running off the track. In the pre-convention campaign of 1912, it had no favored candidate. But when it became apparent that the nominee must be either Woodrow Wilson or Champ Clark, the Times declared its opinion that Mr. Wilson was as well equipped for the presidency as any man the party could nominate, and considerably better equipped than anyone else whose nomination could be regarded as a possibility. After the convention, Mr. Wilson believed, and said in a telegram to the publisher of the Times, that editorial had greatly contributed to his nomination. His record as governor of New Jersey, his speeches during the pre-convention campaign, and the character of much of his support had marked him as a radical candidate. Some of the leaders in the Baltimore Convention believed, or allowed themselves to be convinced by enemies of Mr. Wilson, that the conservative elements in the party would not support him if he was nominated. These fears were blown away by this editorial in the Times. If the leading conservative paper in the party, a paper which had shown its independence by supporting the Republican candidate in 2 elections out of the last 3, was satisfied with Mr. Wilson, there could be no fear of any serious bolt. The Times was not wholly in sympathy at that time with Mr. Wilson's ideas of government, but its conductors realized that the choice lay between him and Champ Clark. Speaker Clark's conservatism, in the opinion of the Times, consisted rather in a certain antiquity of manner and a resolute indifference to things that had happened in recent decades than in any real understanding of conservative ideas. And Mr. Wilson's intellectual equipment was so far superior that the Times thought it wiser to trust a man competent to fill the presidential office, who might be expected to learn as he went along. The subsequent history of the Times's editorial support of President Wilson is sufficiently well known. No newspaper ever gave an administration more loyal support. No favors were received in return, and none would have been accepted. The Times has never been willing to pose as an amplifying transmitter for whispers from the lips of authority. To become recognized as the mouthpiece for any administration would have meant the surrender in some measure of the paper's independence, or at any rate of its reputation for independence. It would have required a somewhat different attitude on the part of its conductors, a complacence toward tendencies in the administration with which they were dissatisfied, a willingness to shut their eyes to some things that existed and to pretend to see things that were mere figments of the imagination. But it may be said by critics of the Wilson administration that on the major issues of these 8 years, the paper supported the president. It did so in many cases because it happened to agree with the president. The Underwood-Simmons tariff the Times regarded as the most satisfactory that had been enacted in many years, And for Mr. Wilson's services to the country in obtaining the passage of the Federal Reserve Act, it felt that no praise could be too high. There was much room for criticism and dissatisfaction in Mr. Wilson's first year, but, as a rule, on minor points. Mr. Bryan's disruption of the diplomatic service, for example, was deplorable in itself, but it was part of the price of the Federal Reserve Act. Had Mr. Bryan been left outside the administration, that enactment might have been impossible over his opposition. In the principal crises of the later years of Mr. Wilson's administrations, the Times supported the president because the choice was not between Mr. Wilson and ideal perfection, but between Mr. Wilson and concrete alternatives which seemed less desirable. In the opinion of its conductors, he was a president who rose to most of the unusually heavy responsibilities laid upon him, and on the dominant issues of his day took a position against which nothing could be said, except that he was perhaps a few years ahead of the average voter. And in its editorial summary of his 8 years in office, on February 27, 1921, the Times took the position that Mr. Wilson had been a great president, whose true importance and usefulness would be increasingly apparent as time went on. As was said in that article, quote, "It made a world of difference whether throughout the war and at the end of the war we had in the White House a common man or a man above the common. A president content to patch up the shattered world and set it spinning again in the old grooves would have been overlooked altogether. He never would have helped the nation to find its soul. He would not have found his own." As if by predestination, when the war came, one was at the post of duty and of trial who, by his gifts and abilities, seemed to be designated above all others for a service such as no American had ever before been summoned to undertake. Unquote. Yet, because the paper was not always able to agree with the administration, it incurred the usual inconveniences of those who see some right on both sides. To most Republicans, it was a rabid Democratic paper to be abhorred for its partisanship. And by thick and thin, for better or for worse adherents of Mr. Wilson, it was accused of damning the administration with faint praise. Most of the matters, however, on which the Times criticized those in office between 1913 and 1921 were questions outside the president's own field of activity. The election of 1912 had brought not only Woodrow Wilson, but the Democratic Party into power, and on many issues the president was wiser than his party. The criticism has been made that the Times was a consistent supporter of Wilson, yet was opposed to almost everything that Wilson did. That is a mistake. The Times was a consistent supporter of Wilson, though disagreeing with his attitude on some of the less important issues of his administration. Its opposition was, for the most part, directed against the eccentricities of the Democratic majority in Congress, which the president was often compelled, for political considerations, to ignore, or to meet with an acquiescence which must at times have come hard. It may be asked, then, why the Times in recent years has consistently supported the Democratic Party. The answer is, first, that the publisher of the Times is a Democrat, not by geography, though Mr. Ochs spent his early life in Tennessee, his father had been a captain in the Union Army, but by conviction, and so is its editor-in-chief, Mr. Miller, who comes from New Hampshire. But that answer, after all, does not explain much, for there are no longer very many Democrats left in the Democratic Party. That party once meant something. It meant that one of the great political organizations of the country believed that the people in a democracy could better be trusted in the long run than any group whatever of benevolent oligarchs, and that the federal organization of the United States was more than a mere historical accident, that it met the needs of a numerous people occupying a country of enormous extent, with wide differences in natural conditions and in the public sentiment of far distant localities. In that sense, the conductors of the Times are among the few Democrats surviving. And it might be added that this fundamental concept of the Democratic Party's philosophy explains the fact that the two chief Democratic papers of the country, the Times and the World, can both be Democratic while disagreeing on most details. The World is liberal and the Times conservative, but they are agreed in the opinion that the union of these states is and of a right ought to be a federal union, as well as in the view that political wisdom and capacity for government, even if not bestowed very liberally on the people at large, are not to be found more highly concentrated in any particular economic, religious, or geographic subdivision of the people. These doctrines were once the distinguishing mark of a Democrat. They are now conspicuous chiefly by their rarity. About the only distinction between a Democrat and a Republican today is that the Democrat is generally out of office. The centralizing movement of recent years, which has pretty well blotted out state lines and tended to turn over the control of government more and more to bureaucrats, has been promoted quite as much by Democrats as by Republicans. The Republicans, to be sure, have been inclined to favor oligarchies whose claim to superiority was their possession, real or pretended, of executive ability, while the Democrats have generally bowed down before oligarchies of pretended superiority of moral virtue. But whether the favored few are protected manufacturers or officials of the Anti-Saloon League, the effect is the same. What is the duty of a Democrat in such a time? It might be held that his motto should be, "My party, right or wrong, if right, to keep it right, if wrong, to make it right." The Times has not been able to go quite so far as this. Sometimes the Democratic Party has been so wrong that the only way to make it right was by supporting the Republican ticket. But generally speaking, the conductors of the paper have believed that the Democratic Party needed all the intelligent support it could get, and all that could conscientiously be given by those who hold to the old Democratic doctrines. So long as old-fashioned Jeffersonian Democrats and conservative Democrats found it possible to stick to the party, they could act as a brake on the exuberant and misdirected energies of those Democrats whose chief representative in recent history has been Mr. Bryan. By clinging to the party and doing their best to remind it that it is, or ought to be, something more than a mere aggregation of jobless politicians, these Democrats could perhaps do a real service to the country in holding the party to certain standards and thus making it a really effective check on the Republicans. For the genius of the Democratic Party shines best in adversity. Out of office, the party often displays public spirit and sometimes real statesmanship. Once in control of the government, the Democrats are likely, in the opinion of the management of the Times, to forget their own principles and become mere imitators of the Republicans. Opinions may differ as to whether it is admirable to be a Republican, but certainly it is better to be a real Republican than a poor carbon copy. Republicanism can best be practiced by men who are Republicans, year after year, in office or out, and not by deluded imitations who no sooner find themselves in control of the government than they begin to wonder, rather frantically, how the Republicans would do it and then try their best to do the same. 90 years ago, the Democratic Party, or that controlling faction of it led by Andrew Jackson, really meant something in national affairs. When it came back after the misfortunes under Van Buren and the Whig interlude that followed, it had bound itself to the service of a sectional oligarchy, and it remained in bondage till the Civil War. Since then, the party has always been, in effect, the opposition. Even the great vote that ought to have carried Samuel J. Tilden to the White House was largely a protest vote. By undeserved good luck, the Democratic Party had as its leader in the 80s and 90s one of the strongest and wisest statesmen of American history. What did it do with him? It nominated him, to be sure, and renominated him twice, but that was because Grover Cleveland had shown that he could be elected, and no other Democrat since the war had been able to do that. When he was once in office, some of his own followers were the first to stick their knives in his back. But whether or not the country would be best served by a condition in which the Republicans, perpetually in power, would be prodded into virtue and efficiency by a democracy perpetually in opposition, such a condition is impossible. Ambitious young men join the party which has the offices at its disposal. A few Democrats have to be elected now and then to encourage the others. This may perhaps explain why the Times, though Democratic, is apt to be more critical of the Democrats in office than of their opponents. Nothing surprising or out of the ordinary is to be expected from the Republican Party, except under such unusual leaders as Roosevelt. And after all, Roosevelt kept the country expecting great and wonderful things for 7.5 years, few of which happened. In ordinary times, everybody knows what the Republican Party is. Good or bad, it is a fixed quantity. There is more exhilaration in supporting and criticizing the Democrats, whose worst can be incredibly bad, whose best is sometimes surprisingly good, and who are just as likely to display the one as the other. At any rate, there is always the possibility that with the proper support and the proper amount of well-timed castigation, the Democrats may be driven to do something which ordinarily would be entirely beyond their vision, the Federal Reserve Act, for instance. It is the difference between marrying a domestic disposition and an artistic temperament. So it will be observed that the Times is democratic both because its principal personages believe in the traditional democratic doctrines and because they think the public welfare is best served by giving the paper's support to the Democratic Party in the hope that, being constantly reminded of its basic principles, it may occasionally go back to those doctrines. This attitude would in itself make it impossible for the Times ever to become the organ of an administration, even if other and decisive considerations did not prevent it. And it may be noted that the Times has never, under the present management, had a candidate whom it pushed vigorously for the nomination. Its support of Wilson during the 1912 convention was, as explained above, due to specific circumstances which had not been present in the pre-convention campaign. In the spring of 1920, to be sure, the Times did suggest John W. Davis as a man worthy of the consideration of the Democratic National Convention, but it was a suggestion and no more, and inspired chiefly by a desire to remind the delegates that all the talent of the party was not embodied in the persons of William G. McAdoo, James M. Cox, and A. Mitchell Palmer. Mr. Davis was not personally known to the conductors of the Times, but he was, as Baedeker says, well spoken of. He was suggested to the party without much expectation that he would be nominated, and indeed it would have been rather unfortunate to waste him in a year when no Democrat could have been elected. He was mentioned in the hope that some Democrats might be stirred to remember that their party had, after all, more talent than its leadership often allowed to become visible. The more important aspects of the editorial position of the Times in recent years are, however, those lying outside of party affiliations or partisan doctrines. It will probably be generally admitted that the Times for years past has been regarded as the most eminent champion of so-called conservatism in the American press. This is by no means the same thing as saying that it is the most conservative newspaper. It is not, by a good deal. But its wide circulation, its consistency of doctrine, its vigorous adherence to views which have often been unpopular, have given it a certain primacy among those marshaled on the conservative side. This position became more clearly defined, perhaps, during the World War and in the discussion of subsequent issues, but it was established years before that, and its conservatism is partly, though not wholly, responsible for the distinction which the Times undoubtedly enjoys, and that word is used advisedly, of being more thoroughly hated by communists, socialists, and radicals, to say nothing of pro-Germans and Irish extremists, than any other newspaper in the United States. It is not to be supposed that the editors of the Times are so eccentric as to take pride in a measure of intellectual isolation, or so inhuman as to derive a fiendish pleasure from the disapproval of their fellows. If they are proud of their enemies, it is because they believe that the widespread antagonism to the editorial views of the paper is in more ways than one directly due to its merits. The readers of the Times represent a far wider range of political opinion than the ordinary newspaper constituency. A great many people who cordially despise the political and economic opinions of its editors feel that they have to buy the paper in order to get the news. If anyone doubts this, let him observe that the radical weeklies, for example, cite the Times news columns as authority for most of their statements of fact. There is no doubt a certain crafty precaution in this. If the news report should happen to be wrong, the radical commentator can offer the apology that he was misled by the untrustworthy capitalist press. Nevertheless, the radical weeklies continue to get their news from the Times. Similarly, many stalwart Republicans and convinced opponents of the League of Nations have in the past 2 years started the day by hating the Times over the breakfast grapefruit. But they find that they have to have it in preference to papers which might better reflect their own political opinions, and thus start them to the office with a pleasant sense of the rightness of the world. 40 years ago, when newspapers were chiefly political, these men would not have taken the Times. Today, when a newspaper is, first of all, a newspaper, they feel that they have to have it to find out what is going on. A second reason for the dislike for the Times, which is felt among radicals at least, is that the Times stands for something. When the socialist orator comes to the congenial theme of the iniquity of the capitalist press, he thinks of the Times as its most prominent representative. The Times is frankly and pretty consistently conservative. Not so consistently, of course, as radicals seem to think. No human institution could be so regularly of one mind as that. But on the whole, all was to be found on the right, it being understood that for obvious reasons of delicacy, This word is used in the sense familiar in European politics and not necessarily with an ethical implication. Certain newspapers, which need not be mentioned, represent pretty nearly the same general opinions on politics and economics as the Times, but nobody ever wastes much hostility on them. There are other journals whose political views are so variable or so negligible that you might as well hate the city directory. Much of this antipathy to the Times is then mere recognition of the fact that the paper has opinions of which it is not ashamed, and which it advocates with all the vigor that its editors are able to command. In the frequent denunciations of its policies, which its editors read with interest, there are many which are quite obviously not directed at the Times as an individual newspaper, but at the Times as the most prominent, powerful, and easily recognizable representative of a whole school of opinion. Furthermore, a great many critics of the Times are persons of whose friendship the paper would be ashamed. It is sufficient to cite in this connection the bitter attacks made upon it during the war by German agents or their Irish sympathizers. But even before the war, the Times had many critics whose hostility it could not regard as anything but a badge of merit. Not all of them, by any means, could be included in this classification, but a sufficient number to explain the fact that almost any radical orator can move his audience to wild cheers by a few maledictions on the Times. The paper has never had much confidence in efforts to remove all human evils overnight by a magic formula. It has distrusted patented and proprietary remedies for political and economic ills. In both minor and major matters, it has usually managed to awaken the fierce hostility of the long-haired. It has not believed, and does not believe, in socialism, Fourieristic, Marxian, or Leninist, in greenbackism, free silver, or the political economic system of the nonpartisan league, in putting the government into business, in the medical sociology of anti-vivisection, or the artistic philosophies of Dadaism. And since it is the common peculiarity of most of these gospels that their devotees become somewhat intolerant and think that unbelievers might as well be hurried to the stake, those who are moved to cast doubt on the saving virtues of the new doctrine naturally come in for a good deal of denunciation. Yet this conviction throughout all the various divisions of liberalism and radicalism that hatred for the New York Times is one of the essentials of salvation is, in large measure, a somewhat recent growth. Why was not the Times so cordially disliked 50 years ago? It was, of course, by Democrats, but this was an ordinary manifestation of partisan animosity and involved no real conviction on the part of the enemies of the paper that it was Satan's right arm. And however poor an opinion its editors may entertain of their antagonists of today, there is no doubt that these antagonists, or nearly all of them, are wholly sincere. Why this difference? It is largely due, perhaps, to a change of emphasis in the issues. The violence of political opinion has been steadily dying away in the United States ever since the end of the great political upheaval of the Civil War. It is not all gone, but it has been growing less every year since the impeachment of Andrew Johnson. People who hate violently today are apt to do so for economic reasons, or for reasons which, though partly political, racial, or temperamental in origin, they have been taught to regard as economic. Yet the Times's general position on economic questions has always been pretty much the same. In economics, as in politics, It has never thought it advisable to burn the barn in order to get rid of the rats. No doubt those who think ill of the paper might represent this general continuity of doctrine on the Times's editorial page by saying that the paper has stood still while the country has moved on. But neither of these statements would be true. The paper has stood still only on certain fundamental issues, such as that 2 and 2 make 4, or, at any rate, have made 4 in all past human history, and that it is somewhat unlikely that by virtue of some mystic gospel from Kansas, North Dakota, or Russia, 2 and 2 can be made to add up to 6.5. Nor is it true that the rest of the country, or the rest of American journalism, has moved away to the left, while the Times remained in splendid isolation in its old position just beyond the right center. Radicalism is nothing new in America, not even economic radicalism. But there has been a considerable change in the character, if not in the volume, of American radicalism, due largely to the changing racial composition of the American people. Economic radicalism in the early days of the Times was largely a matter of agrarian or easy money agitation. It was conducted, as a matter of course, chiefly by Native Americans. Recent immigrants, less numerous than now and mostly of a different racial provenance, were too busy graduating from the pick and shovel to capitalistic comfort to stop and remember that America was a country where no poor man had a chance. Dilettante radicalism of the wealthier classes had not yet appeared, or rather had sunk out of sight after its manifestation by such men as Jefferson in the early days of the Republic. The radical movements in the earlier days of the Times found most of their support among farmers. They were native products, and their votaries usually recovered their balance after 2 or 3 good crop years. The general characteristic of these delusions was a conviction that economic evils could be ended by the printing of unlimited paper money, or the validation of unlimited token money. And this conviction usually disappeared as men and the country grew older, and the specific grievance faded away in periods of prosperity. Passing of hard frontier conditions brought better times to the prairie states. Young men who had followed some peerless leader of the day in the earnest conviction that poverty could be cured by happy improvisation often discovered as they grew older that in default of more palatable remedies, poverty could be cured by work. Radicalism in those days was apt to be only a form of wild oats. But the newer radicalism is different in quality. It is not a question of removing specific grievances, real or fancied. The whole world, to the contemporary radical, is only one great grievance. And the cure of this painful condition must be exactly thus and so, otherwise it is no cure. This radicalism is a matter of dogma. At least the most popular and conspicuous of its manifestations, Marxian socialism, is a matter of dogma. The world is divided into the true believers and the infidels, and the infidel shall not see salvation. The influence of socialist intolerance, even on non-socialist radicalism, has probably contributed a good deal to the conviction of most radicals that no man can honestly be conservative. Those who disagree with the radicals are actuated only by the desire to continue grinding down the faces of the poor, or to preserve their ill-gotten gains from those who would like to pass them around. And it should not be forgotten that these doctrines, and most of their adherents, came from parts of the continent of Europe where the give and take of political activity has been unknown till quite recent years. Granting the numerous faults of Anglo-Saxon institutions, it remains true that the races who have lived for a considerable time under those institutions are able to find other explanations for difference of political opinion than the innate and total depravity of the opposition. It may be conjectured that these considerations explain, in large measure at least, the embittered tone of most current radicalism. All conservatives, of course, are the targets of its wrath. The Times happens to be a conspicuous target, standing out above the crowd. Also, the reasons suggested above for the paper's unpopularity among opponents of its political views are valid in considerable measure in the field of economic controversy. Some socialists prefer to get the news from their own sectarian organs, but a good many of them, with praiseworthy eagerness to find out what is happening, look for pleasant as well as unpleasant information in the columns of the Times. It may be held, indeed, that only a devout Bolshevik can get full pleasure out of reading the Times, for after he has read the news, he can turn to the editorial page and enjoy a complete catharsis of the emotions, ending with the gratifying conviction that the Times editors are a gang of scoundrels and that his own moral purity is positively dazzling by contrast. In the period now under discussion, the Times gradually won its way to this position of conservative leadership. It had, and still has, a conviction, which the little experience available has justified, that the government is about as poor a business manager as can be found. During the trust prosecutions, which offered such lavish and innocuous entertainment to the public for a decade or so, the Times was inclined to regard each case on its merits. In some few of these cases, the paper was of the opinion that misconduct had been proved, and that the offending corporation should suffer the penalty, such as it was, of dissolution. But it was unable to admit that size alone was a crime, or that the power to do evil was to be regarded as no less criminal than the actual doing of evil, and the view on this point has since been accepted by the courts. It seems probable that on both of these issues, the position taken by the Times is much more generally accepted today than a few years ago. For several years, the Times labored to show that bench and bar had fallen under the spell of an ancient legal phrase, restraint of trade. The courts have now come to the view that the restraint must be actual, not potential. The direct primary, the initiative and referendum, the recall of judges and other officials, and similar mechanical devices by which, it was widely believed 10 years ago, the purity of political life could be automatically safeguarded, also found the Times somewhat incredulous as to their merits. This incredulity, it may be observed, was based principally on a study of politics not only in the present but in the past, and on the conviction that political improvement must usually be effected by raising the standard of civic consciousness in the electorate. It is one of the misfortunes of most radicals that they think, or appear to think, that the beginning of the world was contemporaneous with the beginning of their consciousness of the world. Very often, that is why they are radicals. It is unknown to them that their panaceas have already been tried on the patient without producing much improvement. Conservatism, in its literal meaning, implies an inclination to preserve the good that has come down from the past, and a reluctance to discard institutions that have worked at least well enough to survive until there is strong reason to believe that substitutes would be more satisfactory. But American conservatism, thanks to the character of most of the opposition, has rarely been forced back to this defensive line. Most of its campaigns have been in the nature of outpost fighting. Its principal work has been to remind the public of the existence of the past, when so many thinkers of contemporary public life appear to believe that history begins with the Communist Manifesto. The Times' attitude toward socialism, syndicalism, and similar movements is sufficiently well known to need no particular mention here. On other issues, however, it should be remarked for the sake of the record that the conservatism of the paper has not been so unvarying as some of its critics seem to think. At the time of the State Constitutional Convention of 1915, for example, the Times thought there was need of a far more extensive revision of the fundamental law than the convention even attempted. The document finally produced, though it seemed to the Times a rather inadequate response to the opportunity, nevertheless received the paper's support on the ground that it was a considerable improvement over the Constitution of 1894, and made some much-needed changes in the direction of simplification and economy, and making the government of the state more easily controlled by the voters. On this occasion, the mass of the electorate was considerably more conservative than the Times, preferring the old Constitution with all its imperfections to a new one against which no serious argument was ever attempted, except that it had been made by a body in which Elihu Root was one of the leaders. In the matter of prohibition, the paper has expressed a good deal of dissatisfaction with the theory of constitutional prohibition, as well as with the practice of the Volstead Act. The basis of this is not so much a belief that in questions such as this, action by the several states is more likely to result in an approximation of the popular will, though some of the editors do believe that. Whatever the merits of our federal system, it is dying. Every day, the states are losing more of such power as is left to them to a centralizing federal government, and not very many people seem to care. The doubts of the Times about the wisdom of prohibition arise rather from a skepticism as to the readiness of the people for any such drastic measures, and a belief that it is poor policy to make such a sweeping change practically irrevocable by its embodiment in the Constitution. The judgment of history is at best a somewhat uncertain criterion. Even after some centuries have afforded opportunity for inspection of the results of political action and reaction, to appeal to the judgment of history after a decade is a little too hazardous. The archaeologist from the island of Yap, excavating the pyramidal ruins of Manhattan in the year 4921, may perhaps understand just where the United States was headed in the beginning of the 20th century. He will certainly know whether or not it got there. Contemporary observers can only guess. Still, taking the evidence for what little it is worth, the editors of the Times may feel that there is no great reason to fear that their position on the issues of these years was mistaken. This period, between the Spanish War and the World War, was the age of muckraking, the day of a great emotional revival in American public life, of a new infusion of morality into politics, and of politics into morality. The Times, during this carnival of purity, was compelled to preserve its attitude of conscientious skepticism, and consequently was as unpopular with followers of the new gospel as the village infidel at protracted meeting, for it steadfastly refused to stagger down to the mourner's bench. And now the revival is over, and most of those who hit the sawdust trail have fallen from grace and gone back to walk in darkness till the next day of Pentecost. The Times contemplates their side slips without exultation, rather with a certain sadness. It would be a wonderful thing if life were what the reformers thought it was, but experience has shown that it is not. It was the painful duty of the Times at the height of the revival to remind the reformers of the lessons of experience, to express its doubts as to the value of measures which introduced new evils without curing the old, and to suggest that neither was the past as black as it was painted, nor could the future reasonably be expected to be one unspotted smear of rose color. This is what conservatism means, and the Times is not ashamed of it. The attitude of the Times toward union labor has been pretty widely misrepresented. The Times believes in trades unionism as a valuable contribution to the national well-being. It does not think, however, that the followers of the organized trades are the whole people, or a specially privileged part of the people. It believes that the American Federation of Labor has rendered very great services to the nation at large, as well as to the men enrolled in it, but it believes that the members of the Federation are part of the people, and that their interests cannot be considered apart from the general interest. For those movements, mostly outside the Federation, which tend toward syndicalism, the Times has no sympathy, for it believes that syndicalism is morally and economically unsound. When the railroad brotherhoods hold up the government, as they did in 1916, the government is more to blame than the railroad brotherhoods. But the Times has been unable to regard the railroads as existing solely for the interest of their employees. The Times does not pretend to have a patented cure for industrial ills, nor to know where that cure can be found. It does have a pretty strong suspicion, however, as to where it cannot be found. Socialists and syndicalists object to the trades union philosophy that it implies a constant state of industrial war, or at best of industrial truce, between employer and employee. The Times has not found it so in practice. When the new publisher took over the Times in 1896, he discovered that the composing room was heavily, even ruinously, overmanned. The publisher felt that, as a matter both of right and of expediency, this condition should be discussed with the union officials, and a conference with the then head of Typographical Union No. 6 made it plain that that gentleman's idea of a fair day's work for a fair day's pay coincided with those of the publisher of the Times. So the payroll of the composing room was reduced $1,000 a week without any lessening of its efficiency. The composing room has since found plenty of work for several times the number of men then employed, but relations have always been good, and such differences as arose have always been settled in an amicable manner. End of section 13 and end of chapter 2 of part 2. Section 14 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 2, Chapter 3, Modern Newsgathering, 1900 to 1914. Part 1. So much for the editorial policies from 1900 to 1914. The period under discussion was, however, above all, a period of development in the news service of the Times. All the newspapers in New York had a better idea of what was news in 1914 than they had in 1900. All of them knew more about what to do with news when they had it, and though they made less noise about the getting of the news than they had been inclined to do in the 90s, They got more news and more reliable news than they had ever done before. In this gradual improvement, the Times led the way. Whatever its relative position in New York journalism, which is a matter of opinion perhaps, that position was higher in 1914 than in 1900. It was to become higher still during the war, but in the years before the war was laid the foundation of the great organization for getting and publishing the news, which is the chief distinction of the Times today. The history of the paper's growth in this period is not easy to tell, for it is not a matter of isolated beats, of great individual achievements rising from a level plane of daily routine, of great crusades or magnificent exposures. The Times has had plenty of beats, and has shown its enterprise in digging up more than one neglected field of the news. But its real preeminence is a matter of high average, rather than of scattered peaks of achievement. Day in and day out, it gets more news and handles it more intelligently than any paper knew how to do a decade or two ago. And this implies, obviously, the slow assembling of an especially competent staff, the indoctrination of every man with a gradually evolved set of principles, as well as unusually efficient direction from above. The Times as a newspaper is far from perfect. Its conductors know that better than anybody else. Its news gatherers may overlook some things. Its editors may make mistakes in dealing with what they have to give the public. But there can be no very serious doubt that the Times makes fewer mistakes of this sort than its contemporaries. In the building of this news organization, credit must be given to the men at the top, to Henry Lowenthal, at present in charge of the business news department, whose connection with the Times began in 1875 and who was managing editor from 1896 to 1904. To Arthur Greaves, city editor from 1900 to 1915. To William C. Reich, who from 1906 to 1912 was associated with the general management of the paper, and chiefly to Carr V. Van Anda, who has been managing editor since 1904 and has been most directly concerned with the extraordinary development of the news department and with reaching its highest peak. Under all these men, the Times was steadily coming into prominence as a paper which, while giving less attention than some of its contemporaries to spectacular demonstrations of its enterprise, was learning how to get the news wherever it happened and about as soon as it happened, and to present it to the public with some appreciation of its relative importance and interest. A business connection which has already been mentioned deserves somewhat more detailed notice here, for in the earlier years of this period it proved of considerable value. This was the, quote, alliance for mutual interest and advantage, unquote, with the London Times, begun on September 2nd, 1901. No doubt this alliance has been the pretext, it could hardly be called the excuse, for much of the belief that the New York Times is owned or controlled by Lord Northcliffe. In fact, it was precisely what it was called at the time, an alliance for mutual benefit. The alliance consisted only of this, that the New York Times bought the full rights for publication in North America of the London Times news service, the London Times receiving reciprocal rights to the New York Times news service for publication in England. It was an arrangement of the same general character as those which the paper now maintains with the London Daily Chronicle, the Paris Matin, and the Chicago Tribune. To suppose that it involves ownership of the New York Times in England is very much the same as saying that a man is owned by the restaurant where he occasionally dines. As for Lord Northcliffe, A genius in newspaper making, he had nothing to do with the London Times when this contract was concluded. That paper was then owned by the Walter family and managed by the Walters and Moberly Bell. The arrangement was continued for some years after Lord Northcliffe bought the London Times, but relations with him were sharply broken off at the beginning of the World War because of some difference of opinion between him and the management of the New York Times with respect to news exchange arrangements. This has been told so often that very few of those who still repeat the story of a Northcliffe influence on the New York Times have even the poor excuse of ignorance. Aside from its effect in furnishing non-explosive ammunition for credulous Sinn Feiners, the connection was on the whole a useful one. It was most useful at the beginning, when the relative position of the two papers was not quite what it is today. In the early years of the 20th century, it gave the New York Times a connection with a worldwide news service of much intrinsic value and still greater reputation, which proved particularly valuable in the Russo-Japanese War. Later on, it was less important, for the New York Times was becoming able to collect the news of the world on its own initiative, not so much by means of a widely traveling staff of special correspondents, as by a few centralized offices, which had learned how to get the earliest reports from almost anywhere. Much of the development of the Times news department has a purely technical or intramural interest, but a good deal of it has such bearing on the general improvement in journalistic methods that it deserves to rank almost as a public service. This is especially true of the paper's share in the development of wireless telegraphy. To Marconi and the other men who were perfecting that invention in the early years of the 20th century, the Times gave not only publicity and encouragement, but sometimes a rather insistent support, which drove them on to do more than they would ever have dreamed they could do if there had been nobody there to tell them. The war would undoubtedly have forced the development of long-distance wireless in any case, but it is due in some degree to the New York Times that the art was so far advanced as it was when the war began. In the early years of wireless, the interest of the Times was chiefly, if not wholly, that of a newspaper eager to give the news. Marconi's announcement on December 14, 1901, that transatlantic communication had been established between Poldhu, Cornwall, and St. John's, Newfoundland, received the display in the news columns and the enthusiastic comment in the editorial columns which its importance warranted. But these first transmissions went no farther than the sending across the Atlantic of a single letter, S, whose 3 dots in the Morse code, repeated at stated intervals, did indeed convince the inventor that he could send a message from Europe to America, but left him far short of the goal of a service which would be commercially useful. His experiments were continued without much publicity, and by a curious accident, the New York Times was deprived of the news of one of the most interesting of these experiments, the dispatch of the first transatlantic wireless press message. On December 16, 1902, Dr., afterwards Sir, George R. Parkin, then one of the correspondents of the London Times, visited Marconi at his new station at Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. By this time, Marconi was able to send matter eastward across the Atlantic with fair success, though he had had little luck with westward messages. Dr. Parkin wrote out and sent a 25-word Marconigram to the London Times expressing the sentiments proper to the occasion, and then came back to New York and told for the first time the thrilling story of the epoch-making event, of the successful transmission of a message without wires across the Atlantic and of the progress Marconi was making. The conductors of the New York Times, however, were deeply interested in what Marconi was doing, and they were delighted to learn that Dr. Parkin had written an account, some 2,000 words in length, of what he was the first newspaper representative permitted to witness. Since the alliance between the two papers was then in force, Dr. Parkin had the story typed on New York Times stationery and mailed it himself in a plain envelope to his paper in London. A carbon copy was left in the New York Times office to be published simultaneously with the London publication. The New York Times was to be advised by cable of the London Times's receipt of the story. The editors waited for days and weeks, and the message did not arrive. And at last, Dr. Parkin's original story came back through the dead letter office, refused at the London Times office because of insufficient postage, calling for the payment of surtax refund. Years later, one of the managers of the London Times explained this by saying that that paper received an enormous amount of unsolicited correspondence from all over the world, and that such of it as did not have enough postage paid was declined. Whatever Lord Northcliffe may have done to the London Times, it is probable that its mail no longer goes back to the post office unopened. It was years later before Marconi was able to open up a regular transatlantic service, and in the meantime, the New York Times had so unfailingly displayed its confidence in him that when regular service was begun between Clifton, Ireland, and Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, on November 17, 1907, the first message accepted for transmission westward came to the paper from its London office. Of the 10,000 words or so sent by wireless that night, a good deal was New York Times news, and one of the dispatches from the Paris office carried a message of greeting from Georges Clemenceau, then premier for the first time. Naturally, the Times made a great display story of the opening of regular wireless communications, and among the follows, which it printed the next morning, was Dr. Parkin's account of his experience nearly 5 years before. For some years thereafter, a considerable proportion of the Times' European news for the Sunday issue came through by wireless, but the delays in transmission were so great that the most important news was generally sent by cable. When the regular Marconi service was first opened, most of the cable company officials had taken it rather lightly, and some were incredulous. Others professed to believe that its competition would not be dangerous, and for a matter of 4 years they were justified. Some of them foresaw that eventually wireless might carry a much higher percentage of transatlantic messages than it could handle in 1907, but they were optimistic enough to think that there would be plenty of business for all, and they were right. The war and the continuing interest in European news which survived the war have kept both wireless and cables busy enough. But from 1907 to 1912, the wireless service could not be depended on for sure and speedy transmission of important news. Since the wireless rate was only 5 cents a word, and the minimum cable rate on press messages was double that, the wireless was used wherever possible. In those days, the Times published 2 or 3 pages of general European news in one of its Sunday sections. Society and fashion notes, the movements of American tourists, and such similar items as occupied most of the little attention that was given by Americans to European affairs before the war, and the wireless was useful and cheap for this sort of service. A story written on Thursday did not need to get to the office on Friday, if it was intended for the Sunday paper. In those days, the Times did a great deal more for the wireless companies than the wireless companies did for the Times. Every dispatch was carefully marked by Marconi Wireless Telegraph, and the value of this acknowledgment was undoubtedly great. Still, the wireless remained distinctly a secondary matter. Anything urgent had to be put on the cables, and this might have continued indefinitely if the Times had not been moved to some reflections, early in January 1912, by the chance consideration of a wireless message which had come through from London in 5 hours. This was considerably less than the average time required for ordinary press messages by the Marconi service, and on reflection, no reason was seen why there should be even this much delay. The Hertzian waves traveled fast enough for any taste. The delays, then, must be in the land connections from European capitals to Clifton and from Glace Bay to New York. It was the old story of the early days of newsgathering, when the utmost speed in getting European news to Cape Race might be nullified by the indolence of a telegraph operator in the Maine woods. Once smooth out the land connections, and there was no reason why wireless could not come as fast as cables. So the Times suddenly informed the officials of the Marconi Company that on an appointed date, about 2 weeks ahead, it would give them its entire London business. Suggestions for the prompt handling of this business were offered by the Times. Wires to Glace Bay were arranged for by the paper, and after much insistence by the Times, the Marconi officials managed to get better service to Clifton. At the time named, the new service was begun and was a success from the start. From the middle of January 1912 to the outbreak of the war, virtually all of the Times dispatches from London came by wireless. They arrived in good time, and in the beginning, nobody was so surprised at the achievement as the officials of the wireless company. Present-day readers of the Times will remember the page, usually the third or fourth, headed, quote, "By Marconi Wireless Telegraph to the New York Times," unquote, which in those days contained each morning all the European news of interest to American readers, except in the cases when something was important enough for the front page. If the wireless companies were startled, the cable companies were scandalized. The suspicion that this matter did not come by wireless at all was rather widely expressed. Every cable company thought it was sent over the lines of its competitors. One of the chief cable experts in Germany, with truly German inability to realize that what had once been true was not necessarily still true, insisted weeks after the new plan was adopted that the Times was still getting all its foreign news by cable. There were men in Germany, however, who understood well enough the possibilities of the wireless telegraph, and the time was not far away when Germany was to make more use of it than anybody ever dreamed in 1912. When the war broke out, the military importance of the wireless telegraph caused considerable restrictions to be placed on its use, but it proved invaluable, particularly to American correspondents in Germany before 1917. It would probably have come into general use during the war in any case, but its importance would not have been so promptly recognized if the Times had not demonstrated 2 years earlier that the wireless was capable of doing a great deal of work in very good time. It is not pretended that the paper's motives in giving invaluable advertising and a very necessary stimulus to the wireless companies were entirely altruistic. When it had shown the wireless experts what they could do, it got its European news at half the price of cables. As soon as other newspapers woke up sufficiently to realize what could be and was being done, they shared in the benefit. In other uses of the wireless, the Times was again a pioneer. The naval fighting off Port Arthur in the Russo-Japanese War was covered for the London Times and the New York Times by Captain Lionel James in a dispatch boat equipped with the DeForest wireless, through which he maintained communication from 150 miles out at sea with the cable station at Weihawei. The naval battle of April 13, 1904, for instance, in which the Russian flagship Petropavlovsk was sunk, was reported to the Times from both land and sea, the official Russian version from Port Arthur coming by way of Petrograd, and Captain James's eyewitness reports sent by wireless from his boat and cables from Weihawei. Throughout the fighting around Port Arthur, the Times thus had a long lead over its competitors, for though the Japanese army was the first to break the long domination of war by the correspondents who wrote about it, and to introduce the modern idea that the war correspondent's place is in the home, their naval authorities had not yet sufficiently realized the importance and possible danger of wireless communication to put any restriction on James's activities. Perhaps, too, in that particular war, the Japanese felt a certain reluctance to hamper the correspondent who represented the leading newspaper of an allied country, and what was becoming one of the most important papers in the most friendly neutral nation. The CQD call from the White Star liner Republic, sinking in collision on January 23, 1909, which brought up other ships in time to save her 1,600 passengers, may have been obliterated from the memory of most readers by the greater and more spectacular marine disasters of more recent years. But it was a great news story in its day, and the more so since it was the first prominent instance in which wireless had proved of immense value in saving life at sea. All the papers had that story, of course, though the Republic's wireless operator, as a matter of course, sent his story to the Times. If the Times handled the news somewhat better than some of the others, it was only because by that time the Times was learning the art of handling big stories with a thoroughness which had not yet been known in New York journalism. As a matter of fact, the first actual wireless call for help had come nearly 3 years earlier, from the Nantucket lightship, battered by storms, on December 10, 1905. There again, it was everybody's story. But the Times shares with the Chicago Tribune the distinction of having printed the first news story sent by wireless of a rescue at sea. The freighter St. Cuthbert, a fire off Cape Sable on February 2, 1908, was sighted by the liner Cymric, which managed to rescue in a heavy sea 37 of her crew of 51. A correspondent of the Chicago Tribune aboard the Cymric sent the story to his own paper as soon as the liner was near enough to shore for the short-distance wireless of those days to communicate with shore stations. And having sent the news, he remembered that the New York Times was interested in anything connected with wireless telegraphy, and accordingly sent a query by wireless to find out if the paper wanted the story. It did, and it got it. These episodes of the past seem commonplace enough today, when the wireless is as much a matter of course as the telegraph. When the Times has, as it has had for more than a year past, its own receiving station just off the newsroom on the 3rd floor of the Times Annex, and receives there, in addition to its own dispatches, everything else that comes through the air, even from such a distance as the Russian frontier, where the Bolshevist wireless operators are sending out the daily fiction feuilleton of the Soviet government. But in their day, they were considerable achievements, requiring not only a good deal of work, but a good deal of imagination and faith. Somewhat similar to certain of these demonstrations of the possibility of wireless telegraphy was the round-the-world cable message sent by the Times to itself on August 20th, 1911. The commercial cable company had then lately opened its Pacific line, and the Times wanted to see just what could be done in the way of getting a message from New York across the country, across the Pacific, up through the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean, and back to New York. A brief dispatch was received in the office 16.5 minutes after it was sent, and this without any preliminary smoothing of the way, such as speeds the congratulatory messages of kings and presidents opening a new line. To the non-professional reader, this may seem purposeless, a mere advertising of the Times and, incidentally, of the cable companies. But it was not. It was a test of the possible speed of transmission of messages under ordinary conditions. It gave the editors of the Times some data by which they could estimate what ought to be expected in the case of real news, and thereby would necessarily keep the cable companies somewhat more alert to see that in the sending of news messages there would be no inexplicable delays. Perhaps to complete the record of the Times' interest in wireless telegraphy, it should be mentioned that the publisher of the Times bought some shares of stock in the American Marconi Company. He bought them at the market price, of course, bought them partly because he believed in the future of wireless telegraphy and thought they would be a good investment, and largely because he wanted to promote the development of an industry that promised increased facilities and reduced rates for international communications. This stock he eventually sold at a considerable loss. It deserves mention here only because the incident was distorted to make it appear that Mr. Ochs was in some mysterious way involved in the English Marconi scandal. And although he never owned, bought, or sold a single share of English Marconi stock, there are no doubt some people who have believed the story. As has been observed above, the people who will believe anything are regrettably numerous. End of section 14. Section 15 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 2, Chapter 3, Modern Newsgathering, 1900 to 1914. Part 2. Another of the modern arts in whose development the Times took a keen interest was aviation. In the decade before the war, indeed, aviation and wireless were the two chief special interests of the office. The Times published more news about their progress than its contemporaries, and gradually acquired a sort of special position in both aviation and wireless news, which attracted to it automatically a good deal of information about the progress of these arts. But in aviation, as in wireless, the Times did more than merely give publicity to what was going on. It promoted and inspired a good deal of the development in the early years of the new invention, and more than once was able to incite the experts to the accomplishment of things which, of their own accord, they would never have attempted. For in those days, the art of aviation and of airplane construction was rather primitive. An airplane was a dangerous and incalculable machine. Just how dangerous and incalculable, flyers alone knew. Editors of the Times, who did not have to do the flying, were perhaps rather insistent that the aviators should crowd their luck and see how far they could develop their art. but the fact remains that many of these enterprises would not have been attempted if the aviators had not been prodded, and none of them met with any misadventure while working for the Times. One of the first big display stories about aviation which the Times printed dealt with an exhibition promoted by another paper. On May 29, 1910, Glenn Curtiss flew from Albany to New York for a prize offered by the World. With an entirely reasonable caution, Mr. Curtiss was rather slow in getting away, so slow that the World apparently lost faith in him and announced that another aviator was on the way to Albany and would probably make the flight before Curtiss did. The Times had more confidence in Curtiss, as well as a fuller realization of the importance of this demonstration of the powers of the airplane. So when Curtiss did start, the Times was right under him with a special train and covered the whole story much more fully than the World. A fortnight later, on June 13, 1910, Claude Hamilton flew from New York to Philadelphia and back in a single day for a prize offered by the Times. 11 years have brought such progress in aviation that it is hard to realize what an achievement this was at the time. As a matter of fact, Hamilton's machine broke down in Jersey on the return trip, had to be patched up, and was brought back to New York at very great risk to the flyer. In October of the same year, the Times and the Chicago Evening Post promoted an aviation meet at Chicago, at the end of which there was to be a race from Chicago to New York for a $25,000 prize offered by the two papers. The meet was a great success, artistically and financially, so great a success in the latter respect that the aviation company, which got the gate receipts, was rather reluctant to hazard its machines and its flyers on a trip to New York even for $25,000. At last, however, on October 10th, Eugene Ely did make the attempt, only to come down just over the Indiana line. Aviation engineers tinkered with his engine for days and finally concluded that it was impossible to go on. Not till later was it discovered that nothing was the matter with it, except that a clot of mud had stopped up an air valve and prevented ignition. But for that, there is a chance that the flight from Chicago to New York, possibly even a non-stop flight, might have been completed without mishap. It was 6 years before the Times again tried to promote a flight from Chicago to New York. This time it was to be a nonstop flight, with Victor Karlstrom of the Curtiss staff trying it alone. In that interval, the war had forced aviation to an unexpected development, and flyers in Europe were doing things that could not have been dreamed of 3 or 4 years earlier. But once more the attempt was unsuccessful as a non-stop flight, and again because of a trivial mishap, a loose nut on a feed pipe which had somehow escaped the attention of the battalion of engineers and mechanics who had examined the machine. Karlstrom spent the night at Hammondsport, New York, and finished the flight to New York next day. This episode is notable also in that the American Telephone and Telegraph Company developed for the Times a quite efficient news service, having instructed all its agents along the line of Karlstrom's flight to keep watch for the aviator and report instantly when he appeared. Always in those years, the Times was eager to find out what aviators were doing and to encourage them to do still more. Among its other endeavors to promote aerial navigation may be mentioned the offer of a cup for a flight from Boston to Washington in July 1911, which was won by Harry Atwood, and its promotion of an air race around Manhattan Island in October 1913 in connection with the Aeronautical Society's meet. Not long after that, the war broke out, and aviation was forced to a development which no longer needed any journalistic stimulus. The two great special interests of the Times were combined in an enterprise which the paper promoted in conjunction with the London Daily Telegraph and the Chicago Record Herald in October 1910. Walter Wellman's attempt to fly across the Atlantic in a dirigible balloon. Wellman succeeded in flying about 1,000 miles, but unfortunately not in a straight line, as a northeast wind caught him off Nantucket and drove him down to the latitude of Hatteras, where he and his companions were rescued by a passing steamer. Though the attempt to cross the Atlantic was unsuccessful, Wellman's dirigible, of course infinitely more primitive than the airships which finally did make the flight in 1919, made a record creditable enough for that period. In the first hours of the flight, Wellman kept in communication with the Times by wireless, the first time, as far as can be learned, that an aviation story was covered by wireless from the air. And the wireless again brought the news of his rescue out at sea, though in this case the messages were dispatched from the rescuing steamer. The automobile business was, at this period, going through the transition from a dangerous sport of the idle rich to a basic industry meeting the needs of the proletariat. Automobile news for a long time was prominent in every paper, more prominent than it is now, because the automobile attracted both a sporting and a commercial interest. Its promotion, however, was being taken care of by so many people that the Times, though publishing very full and trustworthy automobile news, had no occasion to do in this field anything like its work in aviation and wireless. One event, however, it did promote, a New York to Paris automobile race in collaboration with the Paris Mouton early in 1908. If one single news story published in the Times in this period were to be marked out as more famous than all the rest, it would have to be Admiral Peary's story of the discovery of the North Pole. Before Peary started north on his final trip, the Times had arranged for exclusive news publication of his story in New York and had agreed to act as his agent in selling other rights. It had advanced $4,000 to him, as he needed that much to make the expedition possible, to be repaid out of the profits from the use and sale of the rights to Peary's story of the trip. As it turned out, Peary's story sold so well that he realized through the Times nearly 3 times this amount. It was accordingly a good deal of a disappointment to the conductors of the Times when, early in September 1909, Peary being still absent beyond communication in the North, the little-known Dr. Frederick Cook suddenly appeared en route to Copenhagen and announced that he had discovered the pole on April 21st of the previous year. The Times's reaction to the news was, however, about the same as the reaction of nearly everybody else. It was inclined to give Dr. Cook the benefit of the doubt, and when more details of his alleged exploit began to come in and proved to be vague, confusing, and rather suspicious, the Times was still, like most other people, inclined to wait for proof before discrediting the story. But all this was changed when on September 6th, while Cook was dining with the King of Denmark and receiving all the honors that Copenhagen could bestow, Peary reached Indian Harbor and sent word to the Times by wireless and cable that he had found the pole. Everybody believed Peary. He was an explorer and scientist of the highest standing, and the whole world took his word. The trouble began a day or two later, when Perry informed his family and the public that Cook's story need not be taken seriously. By that time, Cook had sold the right of publication of his narrative to the New York Herald, which had syndicated it everywhere. It turned out to be a bad bargain for the Herald, but it was an excellent bargain for Cook in more ways than one. Aside from the price he received, which, according to rumor, was, through a mistake in cable transmission, 10 times what he had asked, but which to James Gordon Bennett seemed not exorbitant for what Cook had to offer, he found at once a large number of newspapers enrolled on his side and compelled in their own interest to advocate his claims to the very last. It may be said that the Times was in luck and the Herald was out of luck, but it was not a question of luck. The Times had reason for putting up money for Perry's story before he started north, for he was the most experienced and probably the most renowned of Arctic explorers. Insofar as success in reaching the pole was not a matter of chance, Perry was a better bet than anybody else. Bennett's purchase of Cook's story, after Cook had asserted that he had discovered the pole, was natural enough, for nobody knew much about Cook then. It must be regarded as an unfortunate lapse from impartiality of judgment, however, that the papers which had published Cook's story for the most part felt that they had to believe it, or at any rate to pretend that they believed it. Perry's detailed story came through by wireless rather slowly, and was published in the Times on September 9, 10, and 11, 1909. In the meantime, a correspondent of the London Chronicle, Philip Gibbs, who was to become famous as a war correspondent a few years later, and more famous through the American publication of his work in the New York Times and papers which bought the news from the Times than even his home paper made him, had subjected Dr. Cook and his story to an intensive study and had come to the conclusion that there was nothing in it. For a few days, Gibbs was almost alone in saying this outright, but Perry's heated denunciations of Cook forced the issue, and the worldwide Civil War was on. In the promotion of domestic strife in every nation, in the setting of households against each other, and bringing not peace but a sword to every breakfast table, Cook and Perry did better than Lenin and Trotsky ever dreamed of doing. That war is ancient history, and there is no longer any doubt as to who was right. The Times, which had obtained the North Pole story on its own initiative, was equally successful in obtaining the accounts of the 2 discoveries of the South Pole by Amundsen and Scott, though in both cases it could do no more than buy the American rights from British owners. In the case of Scott, the Central News; in the case of Amundsen, the London Chronicle. Of course, exclusive rights to American publication of great news stories of this sort were not any too widely respected. The narratives of Amundsen and Scott were stolen and published by other newspapers, though the Times owned the copyright. Naturally, the Times sued all the New York newspapers that republished these stories without permission. The suits failed on technical points. The common law sanction of a right of prior publication by the purchaser or gatherer of news, finally established in the litigation by which the Associated Press compelled the Hearst services to stop the practice of lifting Associated Press bulletins, had not yet been established when these cases were tried, and the Times got no material compensation from those who had infringed its rights. But its lawsuits did have one important and valuable result. At each successive stage of the suits, when technical decisions went against the Times, The appropriating newspapers gleefully announced their victory, telling their readers over and over how the Times had bought the news, but they had been able to take it and get away with it. This unintentional advertisement of the Times was quite helpful. Of the great news stories of the period to which everybody had access, and in dealing with which an individual paper could distinguish itself only by specially competent treatment, the one most vividly remembered in the Times office is the sinking of the Titanic in April 1912. The Times was more fortunate than other papers in handling that story correctly from the moment when the news of the first wireless call for help was received in newspaper offices. More fortunate is the proper term, for the general conviction that the Titanic was unsinkable was so strong and so gallantly maintained for 24 hours after the disaster by the officials of the White Star Line that there was good excuse for reluctance to believe that the disaster had been serious. It happened that the Times, by careful comparison of the first dispatches about the collision with the iceberg, and by repeated inquiries of its own, promptly made up its mind that the Titanic was gone. It held to that view all through the confused reports of the next day, even though officials of the line still asserted that there was no news confirming the suspicion. And it was right. When the Carpathia landed with the survivors, the Times covered the story more completely than any other New York paper, though they all did their best. One feature, the stories told by the Titanic's two wireless operators, though arranged for by wireless before the Carpathia's arrival, could not have been obtained when the ship docked but for the opportune assistance of Senator Marconi. But the rest of the news was gathered by the diligence of the Times's own reporters, who performed feats of interviewing on that night which showed the high standard of news-getting ability to which the staff had been brought. Altogether, the paper printed 15 pages of news about the Titanic the next morning. Its work on this famous story excited widespread admiration, and members of the Times staff visiting the offices of European newspapers have been gratified to learn that some of them had considered copies of the Times of that period worthy of preservation as models to be studied. Even certain New York editors wrote to friends in the Times office expressing ungrudging admiration. The Times's political news in this period was steadily gaining wider recognition for trustworthiness. Like everything else on the Times, the political correspondence was less spectacular than that of some other papers, but in the long run it was apt to be more trustworthy. There were, however, a number of outstanding feats of news enterprise which supplied the spectacular element from time to time. Such was, for example, the publication in advance of the draft of the Republican National Platform of 1908 as drawn up by the leaders of the Roosevelt forces at the convention. President Roosevelt at once went into eruption upon seeing this news in the Times and declared that it was not a correct version. But when the platform was adopted and made known to the world, it was found to differ only in half a dozen minor points of phraseology from the version printed in the Times, which, of course, was presented as nothing more than the draft agreed on by the dominating Roosevelt faction at the time of publication. This achievement set a precedent to which Times political reporters have managed to live up ever since. In most subsequent campaign years, the Times has managed to obtain the platform of one or the other national conventions before it was formally given out to the press at large. Accomplishments such as this are the result of long preparation. They imply a well-organized staff of veteran political reporters with a wide acquaintance, with many friends in high place, and with qualities that command confidence. An illustration of the competence of the Times political staff under different circumstances was afforded at Mr. Taft's inauguration in 1909. It may be remembered that in that year a blizzard suddenly descended on Washington on the night of March 3rd, and by the time the inauguration ceremonies had been concluded the next day, practically all the telephone and telegraph wires leading out of the town were out of commission. The stories of the day's events written by the Times staff were prepared in quintuplicate. One copy was kept on file in the office of the Washington correspondent of the Times, and all through the evening, desperate but unavailing efforts were made to get this through on the least wires or by telephone. Another was filed with the Western Union for transmission on any other wires they might be able to open. 2 more were dispatched by messengers on trains for New York. Both trains were held up by snowdrifts, but one of them reached Philadelphia late at night, and the copy was telegraphed on by the Times correspondent there. But before it reached the office, most of the news had already arrived. The Times managed to find a telegraph wire open from Washington to New Orleans, and the 5th copy of each story was sent over that wire to New Orleans, thence to Chicago, thence to Albany, and finally into the office in New York, circling the area devastated by the blizzard. The Times had all its special dispatches about the inauguration in its first edition the next morning. The Times was able on occasion not only to get news from politicians, but to send news to politicians. During the Democratic National Convention at Baltimore in 1912, special trains brought down every morning the city edition of the Times, so that before the morning sessions had begun, the delegates were reading the news of what they had been doing up to 4 or 5 o'clock that morning. And since the work of national conventions is mostly done after midnight in smoke-filled rooms, there is a big difference between the first edition and the last edition in convention week. It might be mentioned here that during the Republican convention at Chicago last year, the Times sent a moderately late edition, carrying news received up to 3 a.m. to Chicago by airplane. In 1903, Thomas A. Janvier wrote for the Times a series of articles on the early history of New York, and the paper announced a competition for the school children of the city in the writing of essays based on Janvier's articles. The interest aroused by this was enormous. In thousands of homes, the entire family was excited by the son's or daughter's effort to win one of the prizes or medals offered for the best compositions, and the result was not only an increase in the circulation of the Times, which, of course, was the principal purpose of the competition, but the educating of a great many children and a great many parents in the past of a city whose history is less known to its inhabitants than probably any other in America. It hardly needs to be said that the increase in circulation created by this competition would have been only temporary and illusory if new readers attracted to the Times, who first read it in order to see what chance Johnny or Gladys was likely to have of getting a medal, had not found that it was worth reading all the time. The contest was a good piece of advertising, but it would not have brought results if the merchandise advertised had not been satisfactory. The results which it did bring were so gratifying that the Times has done the same thing on several occasions since then, notably in 1909, when, in commemoration of the Lincoln centenary, there was a competition of essays based on a series of articles on the life of Lincoln by Frederick Trevor Hill. But though these competitions were always useful, both to the Times and to those who participated in them, none of the later ones had the effect of the first. For in 1903, the idea had been new and striking in its novelty, and it was so effective that all the other papers soon imitated it. But the story of those years is, after all, the story of a steadily improving news service, a staff constantly more alert for news and better educated in the handling of news. There are other stories, many of them, that were important enough at the time, but are hardly relevant to the history of the Times as a whole. One or two of them may be mentioned as indicative of certain tendencies which have become more prominent in the character of the Times in more recent years. When Theodore Roosevelt, returning from Africa, made his famous speech at the Guildhall, London, on June 18, 1910, the Times had a verbatim report of it sent by cable. The idea that the public would be interested in every word of a speech delivered at a great distance was then a novel one. It was still novel years later in the war, when the Times developed the habit of publishing in full the speeches of Lloyd George, of Bethmann Hollweg, Hertling, and Sersin, and other leaders of the European governments. In this process, which may be described as the documentation of current history, the Times has always maintained a long lead over its rivals. Other papers may think that the public does not want to read long speeches and will be satisfied with a summary and a few quotations. The Times has found that, at least in such a crisis as the World War, a large part of the public is interested in long speeches, verbatim speeches, that on some occasions every word of such speeches is news. Roosevelt's Guildhall speech was news and deserved to be printed in full. As a matter of fact, the idea that a speech which would be printed in full if it were delivered in New York, with an advance copy sent to the city editor, can be dismissed with a column summary if it is delivered in London or Paris, has no sound foundation. It rests on a tradition coming down from the days when cables were few and press cablegrams necessarily brief and expensive. With modern facilities of communication, there is no reason why news from London, Paris, and Berlin cannot be handled as its importance deserves. The great development of the Times sporting news has come since the end of the war, but on certain occasions before the war, it covered big sporting events rather more fully than was its custom. One of these was the Jeffries-Johnson fight at Reno in 1910, when the stories sent by regular members of the Times staff were supplemented by expert criticism contributed by John L. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, though then appearing for the first time as a journalist, knew enough about prize fighting to make and defend the prediction that Johnson was going to win, which, being contrary to the wish and belief of a majority of the public, brought to the Times a considerable volume of protest. However, Sullivan was right. On the value of these occasional contributions from outside experts, there may be divergent opinions, but at any rate, the paper which published the first literary works of Henry Adams and John L. Sullivan may be credited with a certain breadth of taste, as well as with a keen realization of the variety of belletristic talent produced in Boston. Perhaps two matters of special interest to the Times may here be mentioned, although their most notable development falls in a later period. One of the hobbies of the paper has been the protection of the city parks. Special interests of this sort are more in the line of some other New York papers. In general, the Times has not given much attention to them, for while realizing that they offer considerable opportunities for public service, It considers them outside the field of straight newspaper work to which it is devoted. Its interest in the parks, however, has seemed necessary, since it is a duty which has been neglected by others. The number and variety of the schemes for the invasion of city parks, especially Central Park, would be inconceivable to those who have not had occasion to study them. From such magnificent schemes as the cutting up of the whole park into building lots down to trivial incursions, ostensibly for special or temporary purposes, almost every use has been suggested for Central Park by persons who call themselves practical men. It has seemed to the management of the Times that the most practical use of Central Park, or any other park, is to keep it as a park, as a place where residents of the city may get into the open air and make some effort to get back to a sort of nature. Some of the other plans for using the park space have been well enough intended, but the Times has always thought that New York needed it as a park more than as an athletic field, a site for public buildings, or anything else. The most notable incident in this long and measurably successful struggle to preserve the park against encroachments, and the most difficult, because the aims of those who wanted to invade the park were excellent in themselves, was the Park Trench episode in the spring of 1918. The members of the Liberty Loan Committee, then in the fourth loan campaign, had allowed themselves to be persuaded by an enthusiastic publicity man that popular interest could be aroused by the exhibition in New York of a model trench sector, such as those in which American soldiers were fighting in France, which was correct, and that the place for this exhibition was the sheep meadow in Central Park, which to the Times seemed entirely erroneous. The damage that would have been done to the park by the digging of trenches, though considerable, could have been repaired. The harm done to the idea of the integrity of the park could not have been repaired, for that was in the palmy days of drives for all sorts of causes, most of them worthy. The Liberty Loan campaigns being the greatest and most obviously necessary drives, minor enterprises were inclined to follow their lead. Had the precedent once been established of using the park for visual education of this sort, every drive that followed would have come forward with the same demand, and it would have been as difficult to draw the line between drives which wanted to get into the park as it was later found to discriminate between campaigners who wanted space on the steps of the public library or the privilege of soliciting contributions in the public schools. The fight to keep the trenches out of the park is perhaps remembered chiefly because it produced Mayor Hyland's memorable remark about artists, but it is worthy of remembrance because it succeeded in keeping the trenches out of the park. In the course of the campaign, the Times had occasion to do a good deal in the way of educating the public in the elementary philosophy of parks, a task it had undertaken before, but never at such length or with such earnestness. It may be hoped that this effort was not without effect, and that a somewhat larger percentage of the population of New York City now understands that the purpose of setting aside land for a park is to have a park, and not to provide a convenient building site for some structure intended for a worthy purpose, whose promoters do not want to pay the current prices of real estate. The defense of the parks is a matter in which the Times has felt under obligation to take up a public duty neglected by others. The other special interest of the paper, mentioned above, is still more peculiarly its own, for it was invented by the publisher of the Times. This is the annual Christmas appeal for the 100 neediest cases, chosen from the lists of 4 of the leading charitable societies in the city. The appeal was first made in 1912 and aroused an interest that increased from year to year. By 1920, the individual contributions had mounted into the thousands, and a total of more than $111,000 was raised, every cent of which goes directly to the relief of the cases whose history is told in the Times, or others like them, and only less needy when the first 100 have been relieved. For in several years the response was sufficient to cover more than 200 cases, comprehending about 1,000 persons each year. The administrative expenses come out of the general funds of the charitable societies, so that all the money raised by the appeals goes directly for relief. The total of contributions in each year's appeal is here tabulated. 1912, $3,630.88. 1913, $9,646.36. 1914, $15,032.46. 1915, $31,819.92. 1916, $55,792.45. 1917, $62,103.47. 1918, $81,097.57. 1919, $106,967.14. 1920, $111,131. What has been accomplished by this appeal? First of all, of course, the relief of hundreds of destitute families, the raising of hundreds of thousands of dollars, most, if not all of which, would never have been contributed to charity if the Times had not, day after day, in the weeks before Christmas of each year, presented the stories of these families who were in desperate need. With few exceptions, the cases selected for presentation in these appeals have been families or individuals who needed only temporary help in order to get back on their feet again and become able to pay their way. That this result has been achieved in hundreds of instances is proved by the records of the charitable societies. Many orphan children have been adopted into kindly homes. Some of those who were aided in the earlier years have since been listed among the contributors to the fund. More and more of them will appear in this character as time goes on, and children who have been aided to get an education, or whose disabled parents have been enabled to bring them up properly, become self-supporting members of society. But the wider usefulness of the annual campaigns lies in the education of the public. Many people who have never given to organized charity before are stirred by this Christmas appeal, and when they have once begun to learn something about the destitution which is always to be found in New York City, their interest is apt to continue and they become regular contributors. Some of them go further and give personal attention to charitable work, and all of them learn something about the nature of that work and the conditions which it is trying to improve. The conductors of the Times do not know the solution of the problem of poverty, nor even if there is a solution, but they think that a solution is more likely to be found if everybody studies the problem. These considerations were in large part responsible for the refusal by the management of the Times of the offer of $1 million as a standing endowment, the interest on which should be applied to the relief of the 100 neediest cases, on condition that the Times should undertake the investigation of the cases and the administration of the fund. A sufficient reason for refusing this offer was the fact that the Times is a newspaper and not a charitable society, and that its conductors find that getting out a newspaper takes all their time and ability. It was felt that the gentleman who made this offer could do more effective work for the relief of poverty if he allowed his money to be handled by the people who have given a lifetime of study and practice to relief work. Such a magnificent gift might have inclined other possible contributors to think that the need had already been met, and it can never be fully met, at least not until everybody in New York has come to understand it. The educational value of the annual campaigns has certainly been great and is greater every year. Indeed, they have already won their place in literature. Mr. Robert W. Chambers, presented as the heroine of one of his recent novels, an orphan who had been adopted by a wealthy gentleman after he had read her story as one of the 100 neediest cases. On April 1, 1913, the Times abandoned the 7-column page which it had presented to its readers for the past 48 years and went to 8 columns. The change was chiefly due to a conviction that the narrower column was somewhat easier to read, but it was also based in some degree upon the need of getting more reading matter into the paper without increasing the size of the page. Already the number of pages had increased, though it was not yet foreseen that the time would come when the paper would print 40 pages on a weekday, as happened occasionally in 1919. But the Times, increasing the quantity of its offering to readers, had maintained the same quality which it had always presented. It was still the same solid, dignified, reliable paper. The only difference was that it was appealing to more and more readers every year. The average circulation, which had been more than 102,000 in the Jubilee year, rose gradually to 143,460 in 1907, leaped the next year to 172,880, passed 200,000 in 1911, reached 225,392 in 1912, and was around the 250,000 mark at the outbreak of the war, when the great achievements of the Times news service sent it leaping once more. Though its worldwide renown was chiefly a growth of the war years, the Times was already recognized as one of the great newspapers of the country, great not only in circulation and volume of business, but in character. A good many people did not like the kind of paper which the Times was and always had been, but they had to admit that it was an excellent paper of the kind, and more people every year were coming to prefer that kind. In the articles on New York journalism written by Will Irwin for Collier's Weekly in 1911, the Times was called a commercial newspaper, a somewhat curious epithet, since all newspapers are conducted with the purpose, even if that object is not always attained, of making a profit. Mr. Irwin was compelled, however, to admit that the Times came, quote, the nearest of any newspaper to presenting a truthful picture of life in New York and the world at large, unquote, and indeed his only criticism was that it did not crusade. This, of course, was during the muckraking epoch, and it is a striking tribute to the Times that in that day when every institution was being violently assaulted, a muckraker could find nothing to say against the paper except that it did not wield the muckrake. The great news feats mentioned above all played their part in attracting attention to the paper and winning new readers. But it cannot be repeated too often that in the newspaper business, as in any other business, customers who are attracted by advertising can be held only by the quality of the merchandise. For whatever reason people began to read the Times, they continued to read it because they found it an enterprising and trustworthy newspaper. The essay competitions had taken it into the public schools, where, in many cases, it came to be regarded as the best guide to current events. And in private schools, too, the Times was always welcomed, where some of its competitors were regarded with a suspicious eye. The proprietor of its ablest rival in the morning newspaper field once graciously called attention to the fact that the Times was the only morning newspaper taken at the select school which his daughter attended. End of section 15 and end of chapter 3 of part 2. Section 16 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 2, Chapter 4, Some Aspects of Business Policy. The Times had begun to gain circulation very soon after the new publisher took charge. With this, of course, went an enormous increase in the business of the paper. There was built up an unusually efficient business department, managed for many years past by Louis Wiley and previously by the late John Norris. Within 4 years after the assumption of control by the new management, the circulation of the Times at the beginning of the new century had reached 100,000. 10 years later, it had passed 200,000. And now, in the 25th year of the present management, it circulates an average of 330,000 copies on weekdays and 500,000 on Sundays. And this is a genuine circulation. There are no return privileges, which permit of subtle distinctions between the number of papers distributed and the number sold. Nor has the circulation been padded or inflated by any irregular methods. Some illustrations of the principles of the Times on this point may here be offered with apologies to the well-intentioned friends of the paper with whose ideas the management was unable to agree. One day during the presidential campaign of 1900, the Republican National Committee happened to be meeting in New York. That morning, the Times carried an editorial on the issues of the campaign, which struck the Republican managers as about the most forceful presentation of the case which they had seen anywhere. Mr. Luther Little of the committee was accordingly instructed to call on the publisher to express the committee's thanks and appreciation, and to order 1,000,000 copies of that issue for distribution. To his profound surprise, the publisher of the Times refused to accept the order. He felt that the wide free distribution of a marked newspaper might easily create in the minds of many who received it a false impression to the effect that the appearance of the article and the purchase of the copies might be in some way a bargain. The Times, of course, would not receive payment of any sort for what appeared in its reading columns, and it did not want to incur even the suspicion. Mr. Little argued, not without plausibility, that the Times must have printed that editorial hoping that people would read it, and here 1,000,000 more readers were offered. But the publisher of the paper felt that readers of that sort would do the paper little good, while the accompanying suspicions would do positive harm. The conductors of the Times were publishing a paper for the people who liked the sort of paper they were publishing. They did not want it forced on anybody's attention or given away free because it contained something which happened to strike the fancy of gentlemen who were able to order and distribute 1,000,000 copies. Circulation of such character, it was felt, could do the paper no good and might do a great deal of harm. The only readers the Times sought were readers who would buy the paper because they wanted it. They did not wish it to be classed with the sort of campaign literature that is distributed free. A somewhat similar issue arose in the same campaign When the Republican State Committee of New Jersey wanted to buy 20,000 copies of the Times every day during the last 3 months of the canvass. This proposal also was declined. This sort of thing had been a commonplace of the political journalism of an earlier period. The weekly editions of such New York newspapers as had strong partisan sympathies in the 60s and 70s had been in campaign years little more than campaign pamphlets, full of praise of the party's candidates, violent attacks on the opposition, and argument in defense of the party's position. And for their circulation in those years, they had depended largely on the party committees, which bought and distributed many thousands of copies. This, of course, was in effect a subsidy from the party to the paper, but according to the journalistic ethics of past years, there was nothing irregular about accepting it. By 1900, newspaper standards in some quarters were somewhat higher, but still the action of the management of the Times surprised a good many newspapermen, as well as the party managers, who had supposed that the paper would regard the proposed arrangement as advantageous to both sides. The reluctance of the Times was not due simply to the fact that it was not a Republican paper and did not want to become identified in any way with the party leadership. Its conductors felt that the Times had no right to accept compensation in any form for its editorial opinion, even though that compensation was after the fact and the opinion had been formed without any expectation of it. This question has been raised several times since in somewhat different form and without political connections. A number of requests have been made for a considerable number of copies of the paper for free distribution on account of an article appearing in the editorial or news columns. Always the request has been refused, though permission to reprint articles from the Times for distribution has been freely granted on condition that the reprint contains some statement making it clear that the Times had no hand in the distribution. It has been the publisher's opinion that this policy prevented the growth of mistaken opinions not only outside, but more particularly within the Times office. He was seeking the confidence of the public, but he regarded as still more essential the confidence of those who were associated with him in making the newspaper. Mr. Ochs has always felt that he need not be concerned about public opinion with respect to the Times if its editors believe in his sincere desire for clean, honest work. Some years ago, a prominent Western manufacturer wrote to the Times and ordered the paper sent daily for a year to 50 clergymen in his town. His reason was that he regarded the Times as a good newspaper, in fact, the best newspaper, and he thought that ministers in a small city of the interior might have their outlook on the world broadened by the study of its pages. The Times refused to send the papers to the addresses he had forwarded. The publisher held that the orders could be filled only if they came with the knowledge and consent of the recipients, that is, if they really wanted the paper. The Times was not to be forced on anybody who had not asked for it, and it was not to be distributed in quantity by outsiders, thereby perhaps incurring the suspicion that it was in some way an organ or a mouthpiece for the views of the individuals or classes accelerating its distribution. More recently, the same question was raised by a banker in South Carolina who admired the Times' financial news and its editorial discussions of financial problems. He thought that the bankers of his state, inclined to be absorbed in their own local affairs, would be better off for learning something about world trade and world finance, and accordingly ordered the Times sent regularly to 450 of them at his expense. In this case, again, the Times could not but regard this as a compliment, and had no doubt whatever of the correct intentions of the man who wanted to pay for the papers. But again, the publisher felt that while it might be good for South Carolina bankers to read the Times, it was not good for the Times to be distributed gratis. The banker who had made the offer still thought that his colleagues needed education, so when the Times refused to fill his order, he attempted partially to carry out his purpose through the medium of a Charleston newsdealer. The sudden increase of 450 copies in this dealer's order at once aroused suspicion in the office, and when this suspicion was verified, the Times, though rather gratified by this evidence of the persistent conviction of the banker that it was a good paper, refused to fill the order. It may be added that in the belief of the management, these principles are not in conflict with the action of certain large hotels, which see advantage to themselves in providing each guest in his room with a copy of the Times every morning. It can be assumed from these illustrations that there is nothing artificial about the Times's circulation. Its subscribers are people who desire it, who want it, and who know why they want it. Of course, the increase in circulation brought with it a great increase in advertising. The volume of advertising published in 1896 had been more than quadrupled by 1914, and the rates were several times increased during this period. The Times has not been always a single-rate paper in the strictest sense of the word, but it has always been a single-rate paper to the extent that everybody paid the same price for the same service. The advertising rates have been very slowly advanced with the greatest consideration for the advertiser's problem in adjusting his appropriation for space in the Times to the increased rates. And whereas the net return to the Times per column in 1896, with a circulation of less than 20,000, was $45, in 1921 the rate for a circulation of 340,000, more than 17 times larger, was only $150. The management of the Times has always felt that all good advertising, that is, honest advertising, has a certain news value. It is information for the public, of some interest and advantage to the public. In discriminating between advertisements when limitations of space compelled discrimination, it has been the policy to give preference so far as possible to advertising which possessed news interest in a higher degree. It is not to be supposed that anybody seriously believes any longer that the Times is in any way controlled or influenced in its editorial policies by its advertisers. Some papers may be so influenced, though it may be doubted if this could be said of any important one in New York City. The papers which are too tender of advertisers' feelings are naturally poor papers, financially poor, which cannot afford to lose advertising. In recent years, the Times has sometimes been compelled to refuse advertising, offered for insertion in a single day, the total amount of which would have filled many pages and yielded perhaps $20,000, because it did not have room enough to hold all that was offered. So no sane man is likely to suppose that its policies are affected by the wishes of any advertiser. However, the Times has not always been prosperous. In poverty as in affluence, nonetheless, it has always held the same principles, and in consequence, it has had a number of disagreements with advertisers who thought that somehow their business dealings with the Times gave them the privilege of complaining of its editorial positions, its news publications, or its business policies. In one instance at least, and a rather important one in the early history of the present management 20 years ago, an advertiser came into conflict with the paper on a point of advertising policy. A regular advertiser called the attention of the Times to the advertisement of a competitor which, in his opinion, was so misleading as to be downright fraudulent. Investigation showed that in this particular case he was right, and the objectionable advertisement was refused thereafter. But the complainant, not satisfied with this, began to ask some humiliating promises from the management of the Times with respect to its policies. The conductors of the Times were even more anxious than this overzealous advertiser to keep their columns free from undesirable matter, but they were unwilling to enter into an argument with an advertiser about the policies of the paper. The position taken by the management of the paper was set forth in the letter given below, which closed the incident until years later the gentleman found it desirable, in the interests of his business, to bring his advertising back to the Times without asking for anything more than space in the paper. The publisher of the Times set forth his views in this letter as follows. Quote, The New York Times, Office of the Publisher, New York, November 21, 1901. You must excuse me from discussing with you the policy of the New York Times. It is a subject we do not care to discuss with an advertiser. We consider it a privilege to anyone to be permitted to make an announcement in the columns of the Times, aside from the fact that our rates for advertising space are far from commensurate with the service rendered. If the New York Times, as it appears every day, is not a sufficient recommendation for the use of its columns by advertisers, such as we will accept, assurance otherwise would be of little or no value. We do not want to sail under false colors. The New York Times is not published solely for the purpose of attracting advertisers. We hope, however, to attract by the number and class of our readers. We are seeking to secure the goodwill and confidence of intelligent, discriminating newspaper readers. The advertiser is a secondary consideration. We take great pride in the knowledge of the fact that we have succeeded in impressing the honesty of our efforts upon the largest number of the best citizens of this city, representing both readers and advertisers. Of course, there are some exceptions. Among the latter class, a conspicuous example is yourself. You seem to wish that the New York Times should go about as a mendicant, begging for advertising patronage. We will never do anything of the kind, and are happy to say there is no occasion for our doing so. This all leads to the statement that if your advertisement remains out of the New York Times until you have some assurance other than the paper as it appears every day as to the policy of the publisher, the Times, as long as it is under its present management, will endeavor to get along without your business. Unquote. Some of the differences of opinion with the book publishers have already been told. A later episode, however, involved something far more serious than a mere disagreement on the advertising value of the Times literary supplement. It was indeed perhaps the most formidable attempt ever made by advertisers to coerce the Times. The Book Publishers Association threatened to withdraw, and then withdrew, all of its members' advertising from the Times because of the insertion of cut-rate prices of their books in the advertisement of a department store. While admitting that the competition of a department store selling certain articles at cut rates offered some formidable problems to businessmen dealing only in these articles, the publisher of the Times had occasion to ask the publishers how it happened that the store could get these books. That was a matter between the book publishers and the store. The advertising of the dealer's wares was the affair of the store and the Times. Indeed, the management of the paper observed that if the fact was not advertised that books could be purchased at lower prices than those charged by the publishers, it would deserve to be given to the readers of the Times as news. This concept of a paper's responsibility as being first of all to its readers rather than to any advertiser or group of advertisers was somewhat novel to the book publishers. But they presently found that the Times could not be moved by the loss of their advertising, and that, in fact, they were hurting nobody but themselves. After a few weeks, they came back, content to let the paper run its own business without further interference, and recognizing the wisdom of the Times's attitude. Another heavy advertiser's custom was lost, in this case forever, through a difference of opinion on the relative value of advertising and news. This gentleman had arranged for the publication of what he considered an important announcement in a half-page advertisement on June 16, 1904, the morning after the burning of the excursion steamer General Slocum, with the loss of more than 1,000 lives. At that time, the mechanical facilities of the Times did not permit the printing of more than 16 pages. The advertisement was omitted on the ground that the space was needed for news, and that the paper's duty to its readers demanded that news be given the right of way. Perhaps the most notable difference with advertisers was a disagreement with one of the largest and best advertisers in the country, who withdrew his advertising from the Times because of a personal grievance arising out of an incidental publication in another paper controlled by the publisher of the Times. This item was mistakenly attributed to the publisher, and some exacting demands were accordingly made which could not be complied with. Although it involved the loss of more than $1 million worth of the most desirable advertising, the management of the Times was adamant in its refusal to make the publication requested. After 10 years' absence, the advertiser returned to the Times without any conditions, and good relations were happily restored. It was in a later period, in 1915, that an attempt was made to control the Times's dramatic criticism by somewhat different methods. A producer conceived the mistaken impression that the chief dramatic critic of the Times was prejudiced against his productions, and in spite of the fact that very few of the reviews responsible for this impression had been written by the critic in question, the producer suddenly refused to admit him to his theaters. For a time, the critic managed to review the producer's plays under the protection of an injunction, but this was presently vacated. While the doors of the theaters were closed to the Times critic, the advertising columns of the Times were closed to the producer, and publication of his offered announcements was refused. In the legal fight, the paper was beaten. It was developed that while the laws of New York regard the theater as a public institution to the extent that its owner cannot exclude classes or racial groups of the public, it is sufficiently private to permit him to keep a man out if he does not like him. The lessee of a theater cannot refuse to admit a Negro, but he can refuse to admit a critic, provided the critic is white. Having no colored critics on its staff, the Times was compelled to continue to ignore the producer as the producer ignored the Times. And after the ignoring had gone on for several months, the producer discovered that he was cutting off his nose to spite his face. Consequently, the critic was readmitted to the theater, and the advertising was readmitted to the Times. It need hardly be said, however, that this restoration of peace by joint resolution did not imply any change in the critic's attitude. He continued to judge these productions, as all other productions, on their merits as he saw them, and by that time the producer had cooled off and recognized that his notion that the critic was prejudiced had no foundation. So that even in this case, when beaten in the courts, the Times achieved the substance of victory. These are old, unhappy, far-off things. It is now established and well known that the Times will not accord special favors to advertisers, nor permit them improperly to influence its news, editorial, or business policies. It is so well known that in recent years nobody has tried it. But it was not so well known in the past, and the management of the paper sometimes paid pretty heavily for the retention of its independence. In this matter, too, however, the conductors of the paper have always felt that good business and good morals were identical. If it is morally dishonest to permit advertisers to dictate the policies of the paper, it is likewise commercially ruinous in the long run, at least for a paper such as the Times. There are readers who can be fooled all the time, but the Times does not appeal to very many of that class. The unexpectedly rapid growth of the paper had very early begun to make it uncomfortable in its cramped quarters in the old Times building, and its conductors presently began to look around for a new building site. While they were looking, they had to move, in 1904, to temporary new quarters at 41 Park Row, around the corner from the site which the Times had occupied for 46 years. The old Times building was still owned by the estate of George Jones. A difference with it about the terms of the lease compelled the paper to move, but it was known that this change was only for a short time until a new and greater Times building could be erected. The Times building is a landmark in the history of the paper, no less than in the course of Broadway. The move uptown was one of Mr. Ochs's intuitions, and the building which was erected was a monumental piece of architecture and gave invaluable publicity to the paper. Its construction involved some important and interesting engineering problems, and incidentally, it put a heavy strain upon the resources of the Times. But the perilous paths were traversed successfully without the Times forming any embarrassing associations or commitments, and the enterprise required the expenditure of several millions in cash. In a history of this character, however, the Times building can be given little more than passing mention. The Herald had set the example in moving uptown from Park Row, but the publisher of the Times showed an accurate prevision of the direction of growth of the city's uptown center by selecting for his new building the triangle between Broadway, 7th Avenue, and 42nd Street. What is now the Times Square district was then a region of no particular importance or distinction, occupied for the most part by lodging houses and flats, with some few hotels and restaurants, mostly second or third class, scattered among them. Broadway, the Broadway of tradition, still had its center of gravity somewhere between the Flatiron Building and Herald Square. Yet it was evident that the corner where the Interborough subway, then under construction, met several surface car lines would become the pivotal point of transportation distribution whenever the subway was opened. The conductors of the Times were right in their judgment of the future of the Times Square district, but a very brief experience was to show that they had fallen far short of foreseeing the great development that was coming to the Times. If they had known in the early years of the century how the paper was going to grow, they would never have put up the new building on that narrow plot of ground, which allowed so little space on each floor that the Times had outgrown the building almost before it was settled in it. However, the erection of that building offered serious problems enough. Part of the land was purchased in fee simple from the Subway Realty Company. Part had to be obtained by the purchase of a long-term lease from Charles Thorley. But the purchase of the land was only a beginning. The building had to be erected in a sense straddling the subway, for some of the pillars supporting it are planted right between the old subway tracks. This called for a good deal of engineering ability and implied a good deal of expense. Then the construction involved an endless series of annoyances to the owners of the Times. The building cost several $100,000 more than was anticipated, as buildings have a way of doing, and at one time it looked as if, while the 17 stories of the building proper could be completed, there would be no money left to finish the tower, which gave to the structure its chief architectural distinction. It was suggested to the publisher that he had room enough in the building as it stood, and that he could finish the tower later. But he felt that to leave the tower unfinished was only a proclamation to the whole town that he had bitten off more than he could chew. By desperate effort the money was raised, and the building, the cornerstone of which had been laid with the collaboration of Bishop Potter on January 18, 1904, was occupied by the paper on January 1, 1905. It had cost a great deal of money and a great deal of effort to get the money, but it was worth it. It filled one of the most commanding positions in the landscape of New York City with a structure adequate in every way. At the time of its construction, it was the tallest structure in town, except the Park Row building, and taller than that if extension beneath the pavement were included. But it was more than a tall building. It was a beautiful tall building, and erected in a period when very few architects had come to realize that a skyscraper could just as easily be beautiful as well as useful. C.L.W. Idlets and Andrew C. Mackenzie, who designed the building, had found their inspiration in Giotto's Campanile at Florence, and their plans provided not only for splendid lines, but for ornamentation which was effective and expensive. It was hard to build and hard to finance, but it was a magnificent signpost calling attention to the paper at a point which was soon to become the center of midtown business and of the nightlife of the city. Everybody in New York saw the Times building when they came into the Midtown district. It was a standing reminder that the paper was doing great things. A still greater advertisement was given to the paper when in 1904 the Board of Aldermen gave the name of Times Square to the previously nameless open space between 43rd and 47th Streets at the intersection of 7th Avenue and Broadway. Some name was needed, for the subway had two stations on 42nd Street and had to differentiate between them somehow, and the precedent already set by the naming of Herald Square led the city authorities and the owners of the subway to agree that this new center of the city's life deserved to be named for the paper which was doing so much to develop the neighborhood and contributing an architectural monument to the city. Naturally, this change passed unnoted by the other morning newspapers, most of which to this day ignore the fact in the geography of New York City, which is obvious to anybody who has ever been in the neighborhood, and prefer the name of Longacre Square, which never had any official standing. It was a local designation, like San Juan Hill, owing its origin to the fact that some carriage builders who formerly had shops on the square named it after the London street where carriage factories predominate. As an advertisement, it is believed that the Times building has been worth every cent it cost and more, besides the reward that comes from the consciousness that its erection in that place and at that time was a public service. Times Square fulfilled all the expectations which the management of the paper had entertained when selecting it as the location of the paper's new home. It became and has remained the pivotal center of the city and is the hub of its transportation systems. But the conductors of the Times, accurately estimating the future development of New York, had far underestimated their own future. The paper grew so fast that the Times building was soon cramping it. The next move was to a site as near as possible to Times Square, to the structure known as the Times Annex. This building, of 140 feet front at 217 to 229 West 43rd Street, was designed by Mortimer J. Fox, and if not so architecturally ambitious as the Times building, was considerably more extensive. When virtually all departments of the paper were moved into it on February 2, 1913, it was the largest, finest, and most completely equipped newspaper home in North America. It is probably architecturally unsurpassed by any newspaper building in the world, except the magnificent structure which houses La Prensa at Buenos Aires. But though it was planned on such a large scale that when the paper first moved in, 5 of its 13 floors had been set aside as a reserve for growth, though the men who had had to move twice in 10 years thought that this time they would make sure of allowing room for all the expansion likely to be needed in many years to come. After 8 years, this building is already far too small, and some departments of the Times have overflowed into temporary quarters in 5 reconstructed apartment houses next door, which the Times has purchased anticipating further growth, while those that remain are beginning to be cramped and crowded. The years before the war and the early months of the war saw the establishment of some subsidiary publications of the New York Times Company, which in effect cover more fully certain outlying fringes of the newspaper field which had previously been handled by the newspaper itself. The Weekly Financial Review was, in January 1913, raised to the dignity of an independent magazine, The Analyst, appearing every Monday, dealing with commerce, economics, and finance. After 8 years, it has a larger circulation than any other magazine in its field. In April of the same year, the paper for the first time began the publication of the New York Times Index, which from that time on was much more complete than it had ever been before, and which, published quarterly in convenient form, provided a chronological guide to the news which has become absolutely indispensable to students of contemporary history, and is a useful index as to dates for any American morning newspaper. The war caused the production in August 1914 of The Current History magazine, which began as a mere repository for long articles on the war, some of them reprinted from the Times and others too extensive for publication in a newspaper. But as it developed, it became a sort of reservoir of documentary exhibits on current history, and in its present form, it includes a review of the month's news from every country in the world, comments descriptive, explanatory, or apologetic on the news by experts or by partisan pleaders, and both kinds have their use, and finally, a collection of original records and documents which make it perhaps the most valuable of periodical source books. A great development in pictorial illustration was made possible by the introduction in April 1914 of the rotogravure presses. A German newspaper containing pictures printed by this process, then unknown in America, came by chance to the Times some months before that, and the management was at once struck by the fact that this method made possible much better reproductions of photographs than any then in use. A special trip to Germany resulted in the purchase of rotogravure presses and their installation in the Times office. The superiority of the pictorial supplement printed by this process was so apparent that other papers soon followed the Times's example. The Times, however, which was the first in the field, developed a greater interest in pictorial illustrations than it had had before that time. The paper has never done much in the way of printing photographs in its news section on ordinary newsprint paper, and consequently had never needed the staff photographers who were so important a part of other newspaper organizations. But the rotogravure presses not only gave the conductors of the Times a greater interest in the Sunday pictorial supplement, they made possible the establishment of a new and independent publication of the New York Times Company, the Midweek Pictorial, first issued in September 1914. This, like the Current History magazine, began as a war publication and has survived the war as a pictorial weekly newspaper. To serve the increasing needs of the Sunday and midweek pictorials, the Times Wide World Photo Service was organized in 1919 under the direction of Charles M. Graves, and already has some notable feats to its credit. In at least one use of the rotogravure presses, the Times is still without competition. The Analyst and the Times Sunday Book Review and Magazine are now printed by this process, which makes possible an excellence of typography otherwise unattainable in such publications, and a fineness and fidelity in the reproduction of photographs which had never previously been achieved in any newspaper supplement. End of section 16 and end of chapter 4 of part 2. Section 17 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 2, Chapter 5, The Times in the War, 1914 to 1918. Part 1. To the biggest news story of modern times, the American press as a whole reacted in a manner highly creditable. It would almost be safe to say that there was not a single newspaper in the country which was not a better paper, from the technical point of view, at the end of the war than at its beginning. That is to say, its editors knew more about what news was, how to get it, and how to present it to their readers. Also, the great majority responded honorably to the secondary but sometimes highly important duty of interpreting and clarifying the news by editorial comment. Most of the influential papers of the country understood at the outset at least the general causes of the war, and were able to assess rightly the responsibility for its outbreak. In general, the service of the Times during the war consisted in its doing what the other papers, or most of the other respectable papers, did, but doing it better. The merit of its war news is sufficiently well known. It was thanks chiefly to the excellence and the universal scope of its news service that the circulation of the paper, which was about 250,000 at the beginning of the war, had risen to some 390,000 at its close. But it should not be forgotten that the Times, in editorial analysis of the causes of the war, was amazingly accurate from the very outset, so accurate that it brought down on itself almost at once the wrath of the Germans and their sympathizers, and within a few months had earned the honorable distinction of being the principal focus of the vituperation which the Germans and pro-Germans fired at an unsympathetic American press. The news department of a paper should not be, and that of the Times is not, influenced by editorial policies. But it is sometimes forgotten by amateur critics of journalism that the editorial page has a function going somewhat beyond the mere assertion of opinion. It is often the duty of the editorial writers to interpret the news, to discriminate between the probable and the improbable, the tendentious and the more or less impartial, in the great volume of news reports which come to the office. Since human nature is fallible, it has been found advisable to print all the news and leave to the editorial page the assessment of its relative worth, rather than exercise discrimination at the news desk and suppress everything that fails to accord with the news editor's judgment of the probabilities. The general reader may disagree with the editorial interpretation. That is his privilege, for it is presented only as an interpretation. But editorial writers are somewhat better informed than the average reader. They probably know more of the news than he does, for they read half a dozen papers a day, where he reads one or two. A newspaper prints all the news it gets, so long as that news is not libelous, but a single paper does not always get it all. But the editorial writers have read much outside of the daily papers. They have a background of solid information which enables them to understand a good deal that is dark to the man in the street. Elucidation based on wider and more thorough knowledge is probably the most important function of the editorial page today. There has rarely been a better example of the performance of this function than the Times's editorials on the outbreak of the war. Information available then was far from complete. It consisted only of vague and scanty official statements on the diplomatic exchanges. The accounts of the secret conferences in which every government of Europe was going over the situation in the last week of July 1914, as well as the story of much of the actual diplomatic negotiation, did not come to public knowledge till much later. But after the lapse of 7 years, despite all the voluminous publication of secret archives which, since the armistice, has informed the world of what went on behind the scenes in those days, there is not one line of the Times editorial analysis of the responsibility for the war, written in the days when the war was being made, which would have to be retracted today. The Times, to be sure, like all the world, was slow to believe that the conflict that had been so long expected that it had come to seem impossible was at last at hand. It held the same hope that everybody held in the summer of 1914 in the moderating influence of financiers and businessmen, and above all, it believed, until belief was no longer possible, that the German emperor had the will to avert the war, as he undoubtedly had the power. But the events of the week leading up to the declaration of war convinced the Times that Austria was responsible for the war in the sense that the criminal recklessness of Austrian statesmen had deliberately provoked it, and that Germany was responsible in that if the Kaiser had forbidden it, there would have been no war. On July 27, 1914, when Austria had refused to accept the Serbian reply to the ultimatum and had stood out before the world as plainly determined to fight, the Times said in an editorial article, quote, "It will be freely said that Count Berchtold has seized what seemed to him a most propitious moment for dealing a blow at Pan-Slavism and strengthening Pan-Germanism, and incidentally reviving the German party in Austria. The only hope of peace seems to be in the awakening of the German conscience." Unquote. 4 days later, when it was evident that the German conscience either had not awakened or was unable to affect the consciences of the rulers of Germany, the Times observed, quote, "Now is the very best of all times for taking account of the frightful wrong involved in governmental systems which permit great and prosperous peoples to be dragged into the war without consulting their will and their welfare." unquote. On August 2nd, the Times pronounced the famous speech of the German emperor about the sword which had been forced into his hand, quote, a piece of pompous humbug, unquote, and after deploring the fact that evidently some European peoples, even those which had been regarded as highly cultured, were no more than a dumb herd which could be driven physically and psychologically where the leaders willed, went on to say that, quote, there is a possibility, historically justified, that a general European war would be followed by changes which would make the herd vocal, unquote. 4 days later, it resumed this same argument, going so far as to make the prediction, later sustained in every particular, that the war was very likely to result in revolution in Russia, revolution in Germany, and the breakup of Austria-Hungary. Again, on August 6th, the Times observed that while every nation going into the war found plenty of excuse for justifying its course of action, quote, the historian will have no trouble in placing his finger on the cause of the war, and there are men in Vienna today whose descendants for many generations will redden at the verdict, unquote. The peculiar German mind was, of course, not so well understood in those days. It takes a good deal to make the average German redden, even today, as the trials of war offenders at Leipzig showed. Nevertheless, even the Germans are likely to accept the truth of this judgment in time. The rest of the world has already ratified it. But in the summer of 1914, it did not command universal acceptance, even though the majority of Americans thought Germany in the wrong. The chief public service of the Times in the war was that from the very beginning it understood where the rights and wrongs of the conflict lay. It was able to justify its position by sound argument, and it never ceased to maintain that position with all the vigor which its editors were able to command. The furious hostility toward the paper which the Germans and their sympathizers soon displayed is the best measure of its success in performing this duty. However, there was an equally important duty to be performed in giving to the public every bit of information as to the underlying causes, as well as the immediate occasion, of this vast and multiplex conflict. It is not too much to say that before the war had been going on 3 months, the Times had become the principal forum for debate on the issues of the war. Despite the fact that its editors were firmly convinced that Germany was in the wrong, the Times realized the necessity of hearing everything that could be said on both sides. As was said on the editorial page a few months after the war began, quote, access to its columns has been denied to no German sympathizer, if reputable, responsible, and literate, unquote. Some of them, indeed, were neither reputable nor responsible, but if they seemed to have anything of value to contribute to the discussion, the Times heard them. The principal item in this discussion was unquestionably the publication in full of the arguments of the various European governments, the white papers, yellow books, orange papers, and so on, consisting of the diplomatic correspondence leading up to the outbreak of the war, or as much of it as the several governments were inclined to give out to the public. Long extracts from these were, of course, sent to the Times by cable as soon as they were issued, but it seemed to the Times that the importance of the issue made it imperative to present the whole case, or as much of it as the governments themselves had given out. The first copy of the British White Paper was brought to this country at the end of August 1914 by the Reverend Dr. Frederick Lynch, who had received it in advance of publication from an official friend just as he was boarding his steamer at Liverpool. He gave it to a Times reporter, and it was published in full on the following Sunday. The presses were still printing it when, in the small hours of Sunday morning, Frederick William Weil, Berlin correspondent of the Times, arrived with a copy of the German white paper. A corps of translators was set to work at 2 a.m. By 10 o'clock Sunday evening, they had finished their task, and the document was printed in full in Monday morning's Times. Thus, early in the war, the Times presented to its readers on 2 successive days all that was obtainable from official sources on both sides of the case. The 2 documents were reprinted in pamphlet form and distributed at cost to some hundreds of thousands of eager readers throughout the United States and Canada. After the British and German statements came the official documents of the French, Russian, Austrian, and Belgian governments, giving to the world what each saw fit to publish of its diplomatic records. And having set the precedent, the Times published them all in full. Again, they were republished in tabloid form, and before the end of 1914, the Times was in effect running an extension university on the issues of the war. At that time, its war news was on the whole about the same as the war news of other papers, so far as related to the actual fighting. But from the very start, it surpassed all its competitors in giving the news about the reasons for the war. Here was the official brief of each government. It seemed to the management of the Times that the next thing was argument from the briefs. An attempt was made to have eminent American lawyers discuss the white papers as attorneys for the 2 governments, but this proved to be impossible for the somewhat significant reason that the 3 or 4 American lawyers known to be sympathetic with Germany or inclined to entire neutrality, who were asked to present the German side of the argument, refused to argue the German case if they were restricted to the evidence put forward in these official documents. Clearly, they were able to realize that the German white paper presented a pretty poor case. When it proved impossible to present this debate, the publisher of the Times finally persuaded James M. Beck to analyze alone all the arguments, not as a representative of either side, but as an impartial reviewer. Mr. Beck was a former Assistant Attorney General of the United States and was one of the leaders of the New York bar, but his discussion of the case presented by the white papers before the, quote, Supreme Court of Civilization, unquote, made him internationally famous. Arguing from the briefs presented by the several governments, he reached the conclusion that Germany was in the wrong and supported his opinion by an able and searching analysis. First presented in the Times of Sunday, October 25, 1914, his articles were reprinted in pamphlet form under the title of, quote, The Evidence in the Case, unquote, by several governments, notably the English, and millions of copies distributed over the world in many languages. Extracts and summaries of his argument were published the world over and gave to millions of readers the foundation for opinions which had been somewhat confused by the volume and the obscurity of the official documents. Second only in importance to the white papers and their like were the innumerable arguments conducted in the columns of the Times by sympathizers of the 2 sides. All papers had their share of such discussions, of course, but the Times had more of them and of more distinguished authorship. Notable among these were the letters exchanged between Charles W. Eliot and Jacob H. Schiff, published in the Times in December 1914, the arguments presented by G.K. Chesterton and various other British authors on the side of the Allies, and those of Dr. Bernhard Dernberg, Arthur von Briesen, Professor William Milligan Sloane, and Professor John W. Burgess on the German side. Throughout most of the war, military experts, usually officers either active or retired of the United States Army, analyzed each day the military operations from the technical standpoint. German sympathizers in the fall of 1914 complained that the military critics showed too much partisanship for the Allies. So, for some months, the Times published frequent comments on the military situation by a former officer of the German army. All these discussions, of course, took place either on the editorial page or in the Sunday magazine, and were supplementary to the voluminous arguments which were part of the news of the day. There were, in addition, a number of important contributions on the war as affecting purely American interests, of which the most notable were a series by Theodore Roosevelt in the fall of 1914 on, quote, "What America Should Learn from the War," unquote. The articles contributed toward the end of 1916 by a publicist who concealed his identity under the signature of Cosmos, and the later series signed by, quote, "an American jurist," unquote, who, as has since been announced, was Robert Ludlow Fowler, surrogate of New York County and one of the most accomplished scholars on the bench. In quieter times, Judge Fowler's series of brilliantly written articles would have been generally accepted as something of a classic. Of course, partisans of each side were often indignant that any space should be given to the other side, and because the Germans were Germans, their indignation was most violent and most inclined to the imputation of base motives. Before the war was 2 months old, a group of more or less authentic Americans in Munich saw fit to send to the German press a protest against the prejudiced and unfair attitude of the Times, which was duly sent abroad by the industrious German wireless. Before long, the most notorious German propagandists in America were accusing the Times of suppression of news, and beginning that vast campaign of calumny which was taken up by the socialists and Sinn Feiners when prudential motives imposed silence on the Germans later in the war, and joyfully resumed by the whole crew when they came out of their holes after the armistice. Every honest and patriotic American newspaper was the target of these attacks. The assertion that the whole American press had been bought by British gold seemed reasonable enough to persons who were unfamiliar with the idea of anything but a purchased press, and these accusations against any paper were only proof that that paper was honestly and fearlessly doing its duty. But the Times was probably honored by more denunciation than any other paper in the country, though the World and the Tribune were close behind it in this honorable competition. Fortunately, the American people were making up their minds, and most of them knew exactly what all this Teutonic clamor was worth. However, not all the criticism came from one side. Just as half a century before, some superheated Northern patriots had accused the Times of sympathy with secession because it had a correspondent who sent the news from Charleston, so in the World War, some sympathizers with the Allies could see nothing but sympathy with Germany in any inclination to give the Germans a hearing. In November 1914, for instance, a reverend clergyman wrote to the Times that he couldn't stand, quote, "such dishes of German arrogance and insolence as you are serving daily to your readers," unquote. His emotional reaction was wholly creditable, but he and some others like him forgot that it was highly important that the American people should learn what the Germans really were, and learn it by the most convincing and convicting evidence, that which proceeded out of their own mouths. It is possible that in the early months of the war, the Times gave up nearly as much space to German arguments as to those of the opposition, for the Germans saw from the first that the balance of opinion was against them, and they made desperate efforts in their tactful way to turn the scales. These arguments were apt to be convincing, but in the opposite direction. And anyway, the actions of the Germans always spoke louder than their words. Even before the Lusitania, the Germans had realized that their cause before American public opinion was lost and had already begun to supplement their arguments and persuasions with sabotage and violence. What part the editorial columns of the Times may have had in the formation of American public opinion can best be determined by those outside the office. But attention may be called to one editorial, one of the most forceful and important which has ever appeared in the Times, which deserves special mention as an example of historical and political insight. This article, 2 columns in length, was written by Charles R. Miller, the editor-in-chief, and appeared on December 15, 1914. It was headed, quote, "For the German People, Peace with Freedom," unquote. That editorial began with the flat statement, quote, "Germany is doomed to sure defeat," unquote. It analyzed the military situation, the probabilities of the future, but its argument was founded chiefly on moral considerations, on the belief that the world would not let Germany win, that a German victory meant the negation of all human progress, and that every free people, if forced to the issue, would find itself compelled to resist the German attack on civilization. Yet, the article continued, quote, "The downfall of the German Empire may become the deliverance of the German people, if they will betimes but seize and hold their own," unquote. And then it analyzed the situation of the German people, paying all the cost of the war, sure to endure the consequence of defeat, yet unable to win anything from victory in a conflict which they had undertaken at the command of their rulers, and whose issues, even if successful, would profit those rulers alone. If, the article continued, quote, "Germany chooses to fight to the bitter end, her ultimate and sure overthrow will leave her bled to exhaustion, drained of her resources, and under sentence to penalties of which the stubbornness of her futile resistance will measure the severity. We could wish that the German people, seeing the light, might take timely measure to avert the calamities that await them," unquote. The article created a sensation. It was republished and commented on throughout the world, and is generally regarded as one of the greatest editorials ever appearing in an American newspaper. It is reproduced in full in an appendix to this volume. This analysis of the issue raised by German aggression, of the relations between the German masses and the oligarchy that ruled them, of the only possible escape for the Germans and the inevitable consequences of refusal to take that way of escape, was justified in every detail by the history of the next 4 years. Some 2 years and 4 months later, the President of the United States came around to these opinions, which he expressed in his speech of April 2, 1917, and a year and 7 months after that, the German people were at last convinced of the soundness of this reasoning by the only argument they were able to understand, and unfortunately, too late to be able to escape the penalties of delay. This editorial may stand as a summary of the Times's position on the war, so far as it was purely a European war. New issues were raised in the spring of 1915, both by the sinking of the Lusitania and by Germany's transference of the war, so far as possible, to American soil. But before that had happened, the Times had recognized German aggression as a menace to the whole world, and though continuing to publish all the arguments on the German side, was using all its influence to convince the American people that the world could not let Germany win the war. As has been said, the German propagandists and their American sympathizers already looked on the Times as their chief antagonist, and were flinging at it every accusation, old and new, which their active imaginations could devise. To most of the readers of the paper, these charges were evidently only a satisfying proof that the Germans felt that the Times was dangerous. But a good deal can be forgotten in 3 or 4 years, and already memory of the ways of German propagandists before 1917 is fading, as well as the recollection of the influence which they had, for a considerable time, in circles where they should have been better understood. The culmination of these attacks upon the Times came in March 1915, not in a meeting of German singing societies or the Clan Gael, but in a hearing before a committee of the United States Senate, where all the enmity that had been aroused by the Times's criticism of impromptu statesmanship flared into open view, and all the calumnious whispers that had been spread abroad by persons unable to imagine that any man or any newspaper could advocate any opinions, except for a cash consideration, were dignified by the attention of eminent senators. This episode deserves extended notice, for it is important not only in the history of the Times, but in the history of modern journalism. Perhaps even it has some interest as an illustration of recent tendencies in the United States Senate. Because the editors of the Times had expressed their opinions on some questions of public policy, opinions not altogether in agreement with those of the senators on the committee, they were summoned to Washington and asked if anybody was paying them for those opinions, and, if so, who. The pretext for this inquisition, in view of the course taken by the committee, it can hardly be called anything else, was the Times's opposition to the administration bill for the purchase of foreign ships interned in American harbors. The paper opposed this because it opposed the intrusion of the government into business, and because it had its doubts whether the purchase in time of war of ships interned to escape capture by the enemy was valid in international law. There was much and reasonable opposition to this measure. The Times had no monopoly of its opinion. But the Senate appointed a committee to inquire, quote, if influence had been exerted, unquote, against the bill. The possibility that there might be room for two honest opinions on the subject did not seem to occur to the senators. However, this suspicion, if not very creditable to the collective intelligence of the Senate, was at least more legitimate than some of the innuendos with which the members of the committee decorated the sessions devoted to questioning editors of the Times. For the information of the senators, who displayed a great deal of curiosity about the ownership of the Times, the managing editor furnished not only the list of all persons owning more than 1% of the capital stock, which was published anyway twice a year, but a table showing how much each one of them owned. The discovery that the publisher of the Times owned 62% of the stock, that its editor owned something more than 14%, and that nearly half the residue was owned by other persons who had no occupation excepting contributing their bit toward getting out the Times, was apparently something of a disappointment to the committee, but the senators still had a good many questions to ask. The next session of the committee, in which the editor-in-chief was examined, began very much in the form of a class in elementary journalism. The ship purchase bill was forgotten. Senators asked Mr. Miller why the Times opposed parcel posts, why it thought this and that about the railroads and about the trust prosecutions, why certain stories were not put on the front page. The Times by that time was virtually on trial for all its opinions, and its editor no doubt experienced some weariness as he laboriously explained that the editors of a newspaper advocate certain policies because they believe them best for the public interest, that not all the news can be put on the front page, that the relative value of different news stories is a matter of judgment, and that the judgment of all newspapers is not always identical. Having got through this, however, the committee took up another line of argument. Senator T.J. Walsh of Montana, its chairman, asked if the Times had, quote, any business connections of any character in England, unquote. Mr. Miller said that it had none, aside from maintaining its own correspondence there. Then Senator Walsh wanted to know if Mr. Ochs had, quote, any financial support of any kind in England, unquote. Mr. Miller said that he had none whatever, whereupon Senator Walsh explained, rather apologetically, quote, I asked because I was informed that that was the case, unquote. Mr. Miller's denial was made still more emphatic by an editorial next day on March 17th, which contained this statement, quote, that there may be no cause to believe that Mr. Miller's answer to the impertinent inquiry about Mr. Ochs's private affairs does not fully and satisfactorily end the inquiry. Mr. Ochs wishes to make the assertion as broad and sweeping as language will permit, that he is in possession, free and unencumbered, of the controlling and majority interest of the stock of the New York Times Company, and has no associate in that possession, and is not beholden or accountable to any person or interest in England or anywhere else in the world, nor has he ever been beholden or accountable in any form, shape, or fashion, financial or otherwise, for the conduct of the New York Times, except to his own conscience and to the respect and confidence of the newspaper reading public, and particularly the readers of the New York Times, and more particularly to the respect and confidence of those who are associated with him in producing the New York Times and expressing its opinions, unquote. The conductors of the Times could say no more on the question of English ownership, but they still had something to say about Senator Thomas J. Walsh, who, quote, had been informed that that was the case, unquote. Who had informed him? The Times asked this question rather insistently, and bit by bit the truth came out. Just before that session of the committee opened, there had come a letter addressed to, quote, the Honorable Chairman, unquote, signed by a name which Senator Walsh read as Arthur M. Abbey. The writer said that he had just come back from England, where he had heard at the Junior Constitutional Club in London that, quote, a well-known Englishman has been backing Mr. Ochs with money to get control of the New York Times, unquote, and that, quote, I understand that Mr. Miller is also mixed up in some way with this Englishman, unquote. So that nobody would go astray, the writer added, quote, the name of Lord Northcliffe was mentioned, unquote, and he threw in for good measure that, quote, Mr. Ochs has also been mixed up in the English Marconi scandal, unquote. The Times again denied each and every one of these charges and asked for more information about Arthur M. Abbey. Who was he? What did Senator Walsh know about him that he regarded his communication as sufficiently important to spread on the record of a Senate committee the suggestion that the Times was controlled by foreigners? At the Junior Constitutional Club in London he was unknown, and it presently appeared that he was equally unknown to Senator Walsh. The senator finally sent the Times the original letter, and in the office the handwriting and style were soon recognized as identical with those of a whole series of scurrilous letters which had been coming regularly to the Times office from New York, and not from London. Of the hardly legible signatures to these letters, some seemed to resemble G. M. Hubble, and others A. M. Abbey. Some of the letters were not signed at all, but they were all abusive, all plainly the work of one writer, and all the work of the same man who had informed Senator Walsh that, quote, such was the case, unquote. No doubt this spreading of the facts upon the record did something to weaken the legend of British ownership of the Times. This fiction continued to be one of the staples of German, Irish, and socialist argument. But it is significant that the next attack made on the Times from a source pretending to reputability more than 5 years later began with the rejection of all suspicion of outside influence and developed the entertaining theory that the editors of the Times were simply constitutionally incapable of understanding the truth. It was admitted that they, like all men, needs must love the highest when they see it, but it was argued that they were pretty poor judges of altitude. Perhaps not all enemies of the paper are so generous, but belief in the Northcliffe ownership has in general been confined in recent years to circles where it is still asserted that President Wilson was owned by Wall Street and that Germany fought a defensive war. However, the chief importance of this incident does not lie in its bearing on the reputation of the Times. As was said in the paper's editorial columns at the time, quote, "This is not a personal issue. It is a question of the extent to which a government's machinery may be privately misused to annoy and attempt to discredit a newspaper whose editorial attitude has become distasteful and embarrassing," unquote. And it was in the name, not of the Times, but of the whole American press, a press which for nearly 2 centuries had been free from governmental control, that Mr. Miller, at the close of his interrogation by the Committee on the Times's editorial attitude toward every subject of public interest, addressed some remarks to the committee. Quote, "I can see no ethical, moral, or legal right," he said, "that you have to put many of the questions you put to me today. Inquisitorial proceedings of this kind would have a very marked tendency, if continued and adopted as a policy, to reduce the press of the United States to the level of the press in some of the Central European empires, the press that has been known as the reptile press, that crawls on its belly every day to the Foreign Office or to the government officials and ministers to know what it may say or shall say, to receive its orders," unquote. Questions of that kind, he said, quote, "tend to repress freedom of utterance and to put newspapers under a sort of duress," unquote. Nor was it to be supposed that newspapers would be free from all restraint if a senatorial committee did not now and then turn aside to give publicity to the commonplaces of German propaganda. Quote, "We appear before the jury every day," unquote, said Mr. Miller. Quote, "We appear before the Grand Inquisition, one of the largest courts in history. We are judged at the breakfast table. We feel that if we were improperly influenced by anybody outside of the office, there is none so quick to discover that as the reader of the paper," unquote. That the Times in this case was fighting for the freedom of the entire American press was pretty generally recognized. There was much editorial comment on Mr. Miller's statement and on the committee's procedure. The World called the questions, quote, "a public inquisition without an open arraignment," unquote. The Baltimore American said that the hearing was, quote, "the most extraordinary exhibition of bad judgment, peevishness, or evil motives the country has had from a Senate committee for years," unquote. Bad judgment and peevishness, no doubt, had more to do with it than evil motives. For more than a year thereafter, Congress, a timorous body at best, was extraordinarily sensitive to the compulsions of bought and paid for German propaganda, as witness the Gore and McLemore resolutions. Only very slowly, in response to the obvious feeling of the country, and under the leadership of a few men of patriotism and courage, did Congress gradually recover the hardihood to call its soul its own. The chief criticism against this particular committee is that it was willing to believe and to give currency to anything it heard from anybody, anonymous or otherwise. No doubt the senators took a certain very human joy in getting newspaper editors up before them and putting them through a third degree. No doubt they felt entirely justified by the argument that newspaper editors often criticize senators. But no newspaper ever accused a senator of selling his soul to foreigners on no better evidence than an anonymous letter. End of section 17. Section 18 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 2, Chapter 5. The Times in War, 1914 to 1918. Part 2. From the sinking of the Lusitania, the war became a domestic issue. On that issue, the Times consistently supported President Wilson. The election of 1916 proved that the president had judged public sentiment pretty well. There will always be room for argument as to how the country would have responded if the Lusitania issue had led to war in the spring of 1915. But it should be remembered that the president's middle-of-the-road policy was being assailed from two sides, as too pusillanimous and as too aggressive. The Times stood with the president against those who, for one reason or another, thought that the Lusitania incident ought to be passed over in silence, in the full confidence that he would not be unduly precipitate, but would not yield on essential issues of American rights. It was the opinion of the Times that in the spring of 1915 the American public as a whole was not ready to fight over the Lusitania. Whatever may have been the effect of the German arguments based on the fact that the ship carried some ammunition in her cargo and that the passengers had been warned, it was not believed by the conductors of the Times that the mass of the people, particularly in the West and in the rural districts, had as yet sufficiently appreciated the fundamental issues of the war to make them willing to fight Germany. It was doubted if Congress could be persuaded to declare war, and even if it could have been, the conductors of the Times felt that the division of public sentiment and the evidently lukewarm feeling of a good part of the public would have given much aid and comfort to the enemy. Besides, America was notably unprepared for war in the spring of 1915. By 1917, great war industries had been built up, and 2 years of prosperity had given the nation financial and industrial strength which made its intervention decisive. These conditions were not present when the Lusitania was sunk, and the Times felt that the president should be supported in his efforts to preserve peace so long as that was honorably possible. It took nearly 2 years more of the demonstration of German methods to convince the majority that America could not honorably and safely keep out of the war. Through those years, the Times supported the president, holding, as he did, that there must be, after the war, some sort of world organization which should, insofar as possible, prevent this thing from happening again. The Times had opinions far more decided than the president's on the need for a righteous settlement of this war as a foundation for any durable peace, and by 1917 the president had got around to this view. The little evidence available suggests that the editors of the Times had perhaps a more logical interpretation of the president's position in 1915 and 1916 than he had himself. But from 1917 on, at any rate, there was rarely occasion for disagreement. Perhaps one exception should be made to this. In the winter of 1917-18, the Times, though it did not exactly support Senator Chamberlain against the president, supported the substance of Chamberlain's views that more energy was needed in the executive departments if the war was to be won. The Times realized, however, what a good many even of the friendly critics of the Wilson administration forgot in those days, that public officials are human beings and have to be accepted more or less as they are, failings and all. Its editors believed not only that President Wilson was a trustworthy and able leader, but that he was on the whole more trustworthy and more able than any other man in sight. Above all, he was president. He was the head of the state, the nation's leader, and in war times it is the duty of every citizen to support the leader. Mr. Wilson had a way of doing more seasonably, better, and more efficiently than they ever dreamed of, the things his critics blamed him savagely for not doing. His injustice to Chamberlain at the beginning of 1918, like his desertion of Garrison in the beginning of 1916, might create a very bad impression, but it did not prove that in the long run either Chamberlain or Garrison could have done better than Wilson, even had they been in a position to try. During 1918, the Times editorial page, continuing its general policies on the war and support of the administration, opened up one or two special lines of discussion. It gave rather more room than other papers to consideration of the political readjustments in Europe that might be expected to follow the end of the war, and to presentation of the claims and possibilities of the various nationalistic revolutionary movements. It took, too, the most prominent place in denunciation of the behavior of the Russian Bolsheviki. It is sometimes forgotten that the Bolshevist revolution in Russia first affected the world as a phase of the war. Western Europe and America might have afforded to stand off and watch the Bolsheviki reconstruct society if they had not begun by destroying the Eastern Front and releasing hundreds of thousands of German troops for service in France, and if they had not at once begun to talk of promoting revolutions in the countries fighting Germany. To be sure, they were going to start a revolution in Germany as well, but Brest-Litovsk showed how little they could or would accomplish against the German military group. In Germany, as in Russia, they began their revolution only after the imperial power had been broken by a less radical revolution, and in Germany only after the way had been prepared by Foch's armies. So when the Times argued, as it did with vigor and persistence in 1918, for the sending of Allied troops to Siberia, it was chiefly in the hope that they might get through to reestablish an Eastern Front. For Bolshevism as a political and economic gospel, the Times had no use, but it regarded this aspect of the movement as less important than Bolshevism as a practical factor in a war whose decision was still in doubt. Toward the end of the war occurred an incident which brought the Times more criticism, probably than anything else in its history. The publication on September 16, 1918, of an editorial favoring the consideration of the Austrian proposal for a preliminary and non-binding discussion of peace terms. The opinion which found expression in this article was first, that the Austrian proposal meant the beginning of the end, which was true, and second, that it was worth considering, on the theory that when conferences had begun, the enemy would rapidly give way to complete surrender. Whether that would or would not have happened is, of course, a question to which there can be no answer. If the shiftiness of the Germans in their subsequent negotiations with Mr. Wilson suggests that this preliminary conference might have given opportunity for a good deal of intrigue, it is true, on the other hand, that the rapid caving in of the German morale in the fall of 1918 might have led to exactly the same result as did occur. It was not generally foreseen in the middle of September that the war would be over in less than 2 months, but the editor of the Times had become convinced from his study of the German press and the other sources of information available, that Germany was on the verge of collapse and was confident that if peace delegates once met, the people of the Central Powers would insist on peace at any price. In the Austrian proposal, he recognized evidence that Austria and Germany were exhausted and would soon be ready to surrender on any terms at all. And the Times declared that the Allies must insist on such peace terms as were finally imposed on Germany at Versailles. It was convinced that if negotiations began, Germany would soon be forced to accept whatever terms the Allies might lay down. That may have been a mistake, but it was at least a tenable view. It was, unfortunately, a somewhat too long-sighted view for the popular mind in the tenseness of the time, when everybody's blood was at fever heat and there was general apprehension that peace negotiation might lose the fruit of victory. The deviousness of German diplomacy was well known, and the exhaustion of German endurance was not generally understood. Perhaps some of the phrases in the editorial were chiefly responsible for the unfavorable criticism, phrases expressing a feeling such as everybody exhibited a few weeks later on Armistice Day. If the editor of the Times gave premature expression to that feeling, it was because he saw further ahead than most people and knew that this appeal meant that peace was near. It must be added that the wide discussion of this editorial and the unfavorable reaction to it was in considerable part the work of other New York newspapers, who talked of, quote, the Times's white flag, unquote, and even ventured on some insinuations about Austrian gold, against the paper which every German propagandist for 4 years past had been accusing of subserviency to British gold. No doubt these competitors of the Times were inspired in part by vigilant patriotism, but other motives may have had something to do with their agitation. The Times had been making enormous gains in circulation. It was within a very few thousands of the largest circulation in New York, and it had already distanced all the other morning papers. The Herald, then of course a different paper and under different ownership than at present, undertook a great circulation campaign to win over Times readers under such slogans as, quote, read an American paper, unquote. As had happened 52 years before, when Raymond took the unpopular step of advocating conciliation of the beaten South, the Times's spotless record for loyalty during the war was ignored by journals which had found it a dangerously successful business rival. But this loyalty, and the leadership in news and opinion which the Times had won, was not forgotten by the public. The circulation of the paper was not affected. The clamor soon died away, and the assaults of jealous and failing competitors were as futile as they were groundless. At the outbreak of the war, the military authorities of all the nations engaged had the idea, correct enough from a purely military viewpoint, that the newspapers and the public need know nothing about what was going on until it was all over. The success of the Japanese in keeping war correspondents out of the way in Manchuria had shown other army officers what could be done, and the strategic advantage that was to be derived from doing it. Some months passed before it began to be apparent to the various governments, and in time even to the military commanders, that every nation wanted to know what was going on, and would fight better if it knew. In the early months, the task of news getting was hard enough, and the news that was obtained was mostly official and open to considerable suspicion. Eventually, of course, all this was changed. Before the end of the war, the correspondent had become a personage universally respected. If not, like McGann and Forbes and Russell and the men of their day, Respected because he was more important than the war he was covering. At any rate, respected and treated with some deference because ministers and generals knew that the public wanted to know what was happening and that this man was going to tell it. The New York Times, at the outbreak of the war, was getting its war news from the London Daily Chronicle and from its own correspondents in London and Paris. It was unable to get the other side of the case from its own correspondent in Berlin, for the German government had locked up and then expelled this gentleman on the ground that, though an American citizen, he was correspondent not only for the Times but for the London Daily Mail, and consequently might be engaged in espionage. But the war was only a few weeks old when the Times got another correspondent into Germany, a correspondent who, through school and family acquaintances, had unusual facility of access to German military circles, and who, during 1914, 1915, and 1916, succeeded in presenting probably the best picture given in the American press of the operations of the German army on all fronts. This correspondent was Cyril Brown, at present the Times correspondent in Berlin, who almost at the beginning of his career in Germany managed, partly by his own ingenuity and partly by the assistance of a trainman whom he had met while covering a strike in Jersey City some years before, to get to German great headquarters at Mézeray-Schonville and send to the Times the first account anywhere published of the scenes there. Brown's subsequent operations took him to every German battlefront, and in addition, with the assistance of Joseph Herrings, he covered the political news from Berlin. Other American correspondents in Germany performed a brilliant and useful work in interviewing the leaders of the German government and sending out to the world their opinions on the progress of the war, though it is to be regretted that some of them eventually came to believe a good deal of what was said to them. But Brown, while doing comparatively little of this sort of thing, outdistanced all other American writers in his reporting of the German army in action. Now and then he had assistants, as, for example, during Mackinson's Serbian campaign in the fall of 1915, and in the early days of the Verdun offensive, when the Times obtained by special arrangement the reports of the staff correspondents of several Berlin dailies, in addition to the news gathered by its own men. To make sure that nothing going on in Germany was overlooked, the Times sent Garrett Garrett in 1915 and Oscar King Davis at the end of 1916 to write special articles on the economic situation and the wearing qualities of German morale. Besides getting the news out of Germany, the Times now and then got some news into Germany, notably in February 1917, when the German government had been aroused by rumors that Ambassador Bernstorff was being detained in America after the rupture of diplomatic relations, and that all German ships in American ports and their crews had been seized. These false reports had inspired the German government with the idea that Ambassador Gerard and all Americans in Berlin might be detained by way of retaliation. A private message from the managing editor of the Times to O.K. Davis, correcting these false impressions, was shown by the correspondent to the German Foreign Office, and was chiefly responsible for the release of the Americans in Berlin. On other fronts, as the war went on, the Times was better and better served. Of the numerous and usually able correspondents of the London Chronicle, the most distinguished was Philip Gibbs, whose dispatches from the British front in the later years of the war were perhaps the most generally popular war correspondence of the period. Gibbs's peculiar talent happened to meet a very general psychological need of the public in 1917 and 1918, and he was more widely read, and probably on the whole more generally admired in America than even in England. Of the Times's own correspondence with the Allied armies, Wythe Williams, head of the Paris office in the early days of the war, wrote a number of excellent stories from the battlefronts in France and Italy. Edwin L. James, at present Paris correspondent of the Times, was the principal correspondent with the American armies in 1918 and supplied thrilling accounts of their achievements. Walter Duranty brilliantly described the successful resistance of the French armies to the German onslaught of 1918. Charles A. Selden sent the political news from Paris in the same year. Charles H. Grasty of the executive staff of the paper, possessing a wide acquaintance among both soldiers and statesmen, wrote a great deal from the British, French, and American battlefronts, though the greater part of his correspondence was political. Of the many others who at various times and from various fronts sent dispatches to the Times, perhaps special mention should be given to Georges Lehair, who wrote from Verdun in the spring of 1916 some of the best battle pictures of the war. The news from the battlefronts was constantly supplemented by all kinds of news about the war, from the writers, newspapers, and press agencies of every country in Europe, presented each morning for what it was worth to the readers of the Times. The most important contribution to the assembling of this news was that of the London office, headed by Ernest Marshall, which, without making much parade of its merits, acquired an extraordinarily high standard of all-around efficiency. Mention should be made also of Enid Wilkie, correspondent at The Hague, who was responsible for most of the news about what was going on in Germany after America declared war. The amount of news received by the Times by cable and wireless from its own correspondents on a number of days in the latter part of the war surpassed in the total number of words the dispatches of the largest news associations, and often exceeded all the special dispatches to all other American newspapers combined. The handling of this mass of news in the office naturally involved problems unexampled in magnitude, if not new in kind, and in the delicate technical question of makeup, the arrangement of news with due consideration of its relative importance, as well as of the appearance of the page on which it is printed. The Times, in the course of the war, developed a general style to which many of its competitors paid the compliment of imitation. It was impossible in the war period to get all the big news on the front page, but the Times usually got more of it there than other papers, and in an arrangement which was at once pleasing to the eye and calculated to make it easy for the reader to see at once what had happened, as well as to give him some idea of the importance of the various dispatches. The war makeup involved a considerable development in the art of headline composition. The limitation of the width of the column is one of the chief technical difficulties in the presentation of news to a public which has learned to look for headlines that tell the story. And even when the head is extended to 2 or 3 columns, or 7 or 8, the wider room for display does not remove all the difficulties. The Times in its headlines tries, and its conductors hope with a fair degree of success, to be fair and accurate, to pack the substance of the story without prejudice into the 4 or 5 words, which may be all of the story that some readers will ever read. Car V. Van Anda, the managing editor, was in charge not only of the great organization which was collecting the news all over the world, but of the no less intricate and efficient organization within the office which had the work of arranging and presenting the news. In this latter field, he was ably assisted by F.T. Birchall, assistant managing editor. The mechanical department, under the very competent supervision of Charles F. Hart, successfully responded in those days to a heavy strain and made an important contribution to the success of the paper. From the day the Lusitania was sunk, the war was no longer a European question, and thereafter, week in and week out, it pretty steadily dominated the news in every New York paper. Even then, of course, most papers of the interior found it less important than events closer home, and continued to give it rather limited space until America came in. As the war went on, more and more of the most intelligent class of readers all over the country found that if they really wanted news about the war, they could find it in greatest volume and most satisfactorily presented in the Times. The first award of the Pulitzer Gold Medal for, quote, disinterested and meritorious service, unquote, by a newspaper was made by the School of Journalism of Columbia University to the New York Times in June 1918, quote, for publishing in full so many official reports, documents, and speeches by European statesmen relating to the progress and conduct of the war, unquote. The editors of the Times believed that their circulation contained an unusually high proportion of readers who were willing to give the time to reading long speeches and long documents, not necessarily because they had superfluous time on their hands, but because they realized that in a war of this kind, full understanding required careful study, and that study of the evidence was the most important business of any intelligent man. The editors thought, too, that the Times, more than any other paper, was read by people who were capable of forming their own opinions from study of the original evidence in full, and who would rather have every word available for their own study than accept a summary made by somebody else. An illustration of the methods of the Times in getting together these documents from the most widely scattered sources may be found in the history of the publication of Prince Lichnowsky's famous memorandum on German diplomatic methods and the outbreak of the war. Parts of this had been published in various German and Swedish papers and in the New Europe of London, and many extracts from these publications had been cabled to the American press. But the document was for the first time printed in full in the New York Times, the text having been laboriously assembled from the 5 or 6 partial publications in Germany, Sweden, and England. Something like this the Times was doing constantly during 1918, and by industry and vigilance succeeded in piecing together a good deal of evidence which other publications, both in America and abroad, had been content to accept in fragmentary form. Everyone was calling on his reserves in 1918, from Foch and Ludendorff down to the humblest citizen on the internal front, who was setting his teeth and accustoming himself to new privations, and the human race as a whole was probably living more intensely and putting more of its potential abilities into action than ever before. It is perhaps natural, then, that the Times was at its best in this last year of the war. Its conductors are not conscious of any particular deterioration since that time, but there was more opportunity for excellence to display itself in the conditions of this last war year. In the interchange of speeches that made up the most visible, though by no means the only phase of the peace offensives of the winter of 1917-18, the Times had scored again and again by printing the addresses in full, by a makeup and typography which put the news out where the reader could see it and gave him some hints about its relative importance, and in the case of speeches delivered by German or Austrian statesmen, very often by getting the news a day earlier than the other papers. The peace offensive broke down, and Ludendorff began a new offensive of a different kind on March 21, 1918. In the Times office, it was recognized on the evening of that day that this was the great and decisive conflict of the war, although elsewhere, and even in London, it was some days before the magnitude and importance of Ludendorff's operations was perceived. From that time on, the Times was generally a day ahead of the crowd. Every correspondent had been instructed on the evening of March 21st thenceforward to spare no expense or effort to get his news into the office promptly. The result was that day after day, the Times was the only American paper which had its own dispatches describing the fighting of the day before. The Associated Press news arrived on time, for the Associated Press had, properly enough, received special facilities for getting its news through. Other American papers had special dispatches from their own correspondents, but for 2 or 3 months they generally got them and published them a day late. Within a few weeks after March 21st, the Times was able to announce that since that date it had scored more than 100 beats, including such items of news as Folks's appointment as Generalissimo, the removal of General Gough after the defeat of the British Fifth Army, and Count Chersen's speech against Clemenceau, which had the result of bringing to light the Austro-French peace negotiations of the previous year. The official censorships of the various European governments interfered considerably, of course, with the news dispatches of the Times, as they did with those of all other papers. No effort was made to circumvent these censorships, but in one instance the censorship was evaded by a sort of impromptu code, with the result that the Times beat all other papers in America and elsewhere on 2 highly important news stories. Under cover of the ostensible discussion by cable of some changes in the Times's European staff, information was obtained of the decision to supplant Joffre as Generalissimo of the French armies, of the consideration of various men for his position, and finally of the appointment of Nivelle. A few months later, the same formula brought to the Times office, again in advance of the official announcement, the news that Nivelle was to be replaced by Pétain. Like all other newspapers, however, the Times tolerated foreign censorships because it had no choice, and not because it liked their methods or admired their results. When America came into the war and the first draft of the Espionage Act contained a provision for an American censorship, the Times was one of the most vigorous opponents of any such measure. The experience of European governments had shown that, while censors may occasionally be necessary, they are always stupid, and the likelihood that personal or political considerations would influence a censor in Washington was quite as strong as the certainty that such considerations had already played their part in Europe. Eventually, the clause was deleted from the Espionage Act, and in place of government regulation came the voluntary censorship, by which American newspapers refrained from printing news that might be of military advantage to the enemy. 189 members of the Times staff, including 2 women, served in the armed forces of the United States during the war. Of these, the following 5 were killed or died in service: Major William Sinclair Manning of the Washington Bureau, Lieutenant William Bradley of the Business Office, Sergeant Joyce Kilmer of the Sunday Magazine staff, Private Harold J. Bell, proofreader, Private Edward B. Pierce of the composing room. End of Section 18 and end of Chapter 5 of Part 2. Section 19 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 2, Chapter 6, The Times Today. The end of the war found the Times at the height of its influence and power, but the peak of its business prosperity was still to come. In the boom of 1919 and the early months of 1920, the Times at last expanded in size from the 24-page issue, which had been the limit for the weekday paper up to the end of the war, and often since then has printed 32, 36, or even 40 pages a day. Even so, the volume of advertising offered was so great that day after day much of it had to be refused on account of lack of space. Yet the total printed in 1920 was more than 23 million agate lines, nearly 80,000 columns, and almost 10 times the amount printed in the first year of the new management. The greatest volume of advertising ever carried in the paper was on Sunday, May 23, 1920, when the Times printed in all 760 columns of advertisements. The paper on that day contained altogether 136 pages, including 24 pages of rotogravure pictorial supplement and 16 pages of tabloid book review. It weighed 2 pounds and 10 ounces, and no doubt it felt like 10 pounds and 2 ounces to the weary householder who picked it off the doorstep. But experience has shown that even in a paper of that size, there is nothing that a good many readers do not want. The impression is widely prevalent that as the paper increases in size, the publisher loses money on account of the high price of newsprint. This, however, is a mistake. The advertising rates include the cost of the paper on which advertisements are printed, so that the increased cost involves only pages devoted to news. The only danger in increasing the size of the paper is that it may possibly become so bulky as to dissatisfy the reader, and the Times has not yet felt that handicap. Some of its readers complain that it is too large, but nobody complains that it prints too much news about the things in which he is interested. The man whose chief interest is in the stock market may think there is too much news about sports, and vice versa. But there is not too much financial news for the investor, nor too much sporting news for the follower of sports. From the 4-page paper of 6 short columns, which Raymond got out in 1851, to the Times of 40 8-column pages, which has occasionally appeared in recent years, is a long jump, but no greater than the increase in the extent of the intelligent reading public, nor in the variety of that public's interests. The most important feature of the Times's editorial policy since the war has been its championship of the League of Nations, a cause in which its editors were interested long before the armistice, and which they regard as destined to ultimate triumph in some form, most probably in a form very much like that which was adopted by the Paris Peace Conference. Throughout that conference, the Times steadily supported the general policies of President Wilson, though it could not agree with him on some details. Its editors felt that it was a mistake for him to go to Paris in person, but later they came to the conclusion that the president had been right, and that by his presence at the conference he had obtained some results which would have been impossible for any negotiator of less eminence. They thought, and still think, that he made a mistake in not taking with him representative leaders of the Republican Party, as well as in showing too plainly an opinion reasonable enough in itself of the endowments and the character of some eminent senators. On some of the territorial, political, or economic items of the peace settlements, too, the Times could not accept the president's views. But its conductors thought that these objections were all of minor importance and irrelevant to the principal issues. With the president's opinion that the League was all important, they were in entire accord, as well as with his position on most of the territorial and economic questions in dispute. They thought the Treaty of Versailles was not ideally perfect, but about the best treaty that could have been obtained, and they held the opinion, none too common in the United States in 1919, that after all, the President was the representative of the entire American people at the peace conference, that it was impossible for him to get his way on every point of difference with the other delegates, and that an enlightened view of national interest, to say nothing of those more general considerations of universal welfare which his opponents so vehemently disclaimed, made it advisable for the American people to forget trivial objections and give their consideration rather to the things the President had done. He had, after all, won the chief points for which he was contending as the constitutionally designated negotiator for the American people, and won them, if at the price of some concessions, over strenuous opposition. It was unlikely that any other American official would ever be able to impose American views so extensively on the other great powers of the world. There can be no doubt that much of the antagonism which finally wrecked Mr. Wilson's peace plans was due to his personality rather than his accomplishments, to his methods rather than his results. It seemed to the Times that ordinary common sense might suggest that the people whom he represented should give first consideration to the work which he had done, and to the effect of that work upon their own interests, rather than to their opinions of Mr. Wilson as an individual. No doubt some conscientious opponents of the League took this point of view, and based their opposition to the treaty on an honest conviction that it was harmful to American interests. But there is evidence everywhere in plain sight that a good many people opposed the treaty merely because they disliked the President. Throughout the fight in the Senate and through the campaign of 1920, the Times gave its utmost support to the cause of the League and to those public men who promised to support that cause. The violent debate within the Republican Party as to whether the election of Mr. Harding meant a victory for the League or the utter rejection of the League, it viewed with sympathetic but detached interest, convinced that the logic of facts would presently bring to reason those Republican leaders who are capable of reason. Until that time shall come, the Times's view of the particular accomplishments of the Republican administration is determined by its judgment of their specific merits, and not by general or doctrinal considerations. Yet, in spite of its conviction that the League is necessary and indeed inevitable, in spite of its support of the Democratic ticket in the 1920 campaign, the Times has given its support to many of the policies of President Harding. This does not mean that the Times is always an administration paper. It does mean, however, that the conductors of the Times realize that the President of the United States is the President of the whole people and not of a single party, that his public acts affect the whole people, and that it is to the interest of every citizen to get as effective and competent an administration as possible. With the type of partisanship which sees the entrance of the opposition into power as meaning nothing but opportunity for criticism, the Times has little sympathy. It preferred Mr. Cox to Mr. Harding, but Mr. Harding having been elected, it realized that he was going to be the Chief Magistrate of the United States for the next 4 years, and that sensible citizens would do well to encourage all the praiseworthy policies which his administration might pursue, without stopping to fear that they might bring prestige to the Republican Party. Whether Republican, Independent, or Democratic, the Times has never been able to convince itself that opposition must mean consistent hostility to everything done by the party in power. Its conductors regard the interests of the nation as somewhat more important than the record of any party, and they have been genuinely glad to be able to commend many of the works accomplished or attempted by President Harding and the leading members of his cabinet. With some of the elements in the Republican Party, the Times is entirely out of sympathy, and had representatives of those factions been chosen to direct the executive functions of the government, the paper would no doubt have had occasion to criticize their conduct rather severely. But considering the record of the administration purely on its merits, the editors of the Times have been pleased to be able to recognize the fact that its performance, in the early months at least, has been meritorious in a rather high degree. Several changes in the personnel of the paper in recent years may call for special mention. Mr. George McEnany resigned as president of the Board of Aldermen on February 1, 1916, to become executive manager of the Times. His duties were chiefly confined to the study of the newsprint paper situation, which gave so much concern to all American papers during the war period, and which is the Times's chief item of expenditure. In 1920, the Times spent for print paper $5,963,839.42. In 1897, the first full year under the present management, that item cost only $45,955.63. On January 1, 1918, the Tidewater Paper Company of Bush Terminal, Brooklyn, with a capacity of 30,000 tons of newsprint per year, was acquired by the New York Times Company in order to ensure a supply of paper in New York free from outside interruptions by strikes, weather, etc. With the Times's paper supply contracted for and assured for the next 5 years, Mr. McEnany withdrew from the Times organization in March 1921, and soon afterward was appointed chairman of the Transit Commission. Mr. Samuel Strauss, well known as one of the liveliest of magazine critics of current affairs, was with the Times as treasurer of the company from 1912 to the end of 1915. Mr. Rollo Ogden, editor-in-chief of the New York Evening Post for many years, came to the Times on May 15, 1920, as associate editor, and Dr. John H. Finley, Commissioner of Education of the state of New York, resigned that office and joined the Times staff, also as an associate editor, on January 17, 1921. Note may be made here of the following members of the Times's staff who died either in its service or after long years with the paper. Edward Carey, for 46 years an editorial writer and for much of that period associate editor, died May 23, 1917. Theodore Lawrence Pervarelli, for 43 years a member of the business staff, died February 4, 1904. Arthur Graves, city editor from 1900 and a reporter for many years before, died October 19, 1915. Charles Wellborn Knapp, treasurer of the New York Times Company and formerly publisher of the St. Louis Republic, died January 6, 1916. Edward Augustus Dithmar, whose 40 years of service as dramatic critic, London correspondent, literary editor, and editorial writer ended with his death on October 16, 1917. Montgomery Schulier, for 24 years an editorial writer, died July 16, 1914. Jacob H. Thompson, for 37 years with the paper, much of the time as exchange editor, died September 8, 1905. John Hebert Payne, for 14 years with the Times, the last 4 years as night city editor, died October 2, 1920. John Norris, for many years business manager, died March 21, 1914. Barnett Phillips, whose 33 years of service included editorial work on the Sunday edition and book reviewing, died April 8, 1905. Leopold Wallach, general counsel of the Times from August 18, 1896, to his death on January 25, 1908. Elbridge G. Donnell, Washington correspondent of the Times from 1879 to 1902, died February 3, 1905. Leonard B. Treherne, on the Times staff for 12 years, most of that time as night city editor, died October 17, 1904. Major John M. Carson, in the Times Washington office from 1874 to 1882 and 1902 to 1905, and for several years chief Washington correspondent, died September 29, 1912. George Butler Taylor, for 26 years a reporter, died November 2, 1905. Field Lynn Hosmer, 40 years in service as reporter and editorial auditor, died January 8, 1914. George B. Moyer, for 12 years superintendent of the Times buildings, died December 9, 1915. As to the news service of the Times, there is little to add to what has been written in the last 2 chapters. It has continued as it was during the war, though perhaps with a somewhat higher degree of efficiency due to experience. The peace conference was covered for the Times by members of the paper's own staff. Richard V. Houlihan, head of the Washington Bureau; Ernest Marshall, head of the London office; Charles A. Selden and Edwin L. James of the Paris office, and Charles H. Grasty of the Executive Department, and by Gertrude Atherton until she fell ill and had to return to America. They scored a number of beats, notably on the occasion of President Wilson's threat to abandon the peace conference. But most of the leading American papers scored beats during the negotiations. As before, the excellence of the Times was rather in a higher average than in outstanding single achievements. Indeed, it could be said that the war and the peace conference both proved the value of the American system of newspaper training. Generally speaking, the best war correspondents and the best political correspondents at the peace conference were men who had gone through the ordinary routine of the American reporter, rather than experts who had specialized in war correspondence or international politics all their lives. Most American reporters found that they could learn what they needed about war and international politics, while the sense of news values and the diligence in getting news, which is developed by the ordinary reportorial training in America, and which, of course, had been very highly developed in the men who were selected for the important assignments of the war and the peace negotiations, cannot be improvised by specialists when they are suddenly faced by extraordinarily keen competition. Perhaps there should be special mention of the Washington correspondence of the Times, which is probably not only more voluminous, but more impartial than that of any other paper. The practice of coloring the news to suit editorial policy, which was once too common in the American press, has pretty generally disappeared in recent years, except in a minority of papers. But it has tended to survive longest in the Washington correspondence, where there is still, in the case of most newspapers, a tendency to hunt out first of all such news as agrees with the paper's prejudices. This does not involve suppression of news, nor even distortion. The relativity of truth is a commonplace to any newspaper man, even to one who has never studied epistemology. And if the phrase is permissible, truth is rather more relative in Washington than anywhere else. Now and then it is possible to make a downright statement. Such and such a bill has passed in one of the houses of Congress or failed to pass. The administration has issued this or that statement. The president has approved or vetoed a certain bill. But most of the news that comes out of Washington is necessarily rather vague, for it depends on the assertions of statesmen who are reluctant to be quoted by name or even by description. This, more than anything else, is responsible for the sort of fog, the haze of miasmatic exhalations, which hangs over news with a Washington dateline. News coming out of Washington is apt to represent not what is so, but what might be so under certain contingencies, what may turn out to be so, what some eminent personage says is so, or even what he wants the public to believe is so when it is not. For an illustration, one need go no further back than the various semi-official assertions on high authority of the intentions of the Harding administration about cooperation with Europe, which turned out to be pretty nearly 100% untrue. The explanation is that most of these assertions came from irreconcilable senators who honestly thought they could speak for the administration and who were accepted by correspondents as speaking for the administration, but who, as a matter of fact, knew less about the real intentions of the administration than the White House doorkeeper. Obviously, then, the Washington correspondent has a pretty wide field of choice. On almost any question, he can get directly opposite opinions, and most news from Washington is a matter of opinion, from equally high authority and from authority which he is not permitted to identify. It is not strange that between two stories of apparently equal merit, he is inclined to prefer the one which will be most welcome in the office. Generally speaking, the Times Washington correspondence has been very little open to criticism on this point. No paper supported the League of Nations more vigorously than the Times. Its editorials consistently favored the League, and its columns once more, as during the war, became the principal forum for the debates of publicists. Yet it was evident through the entire discussion, to those who read the Times Washington correspondence, that there was little chance of the League finding favor in the Senate. The Times supported Cox in the 1920 presidential campaign, but its political correspondence made it fairly plain long before the election that Harding was certain to win. It should be added that the Times, alone of prominent Democratic papers, denounced as false, slanderous, and contemptible the, quote, campaign of whispers, unquote, against Mr. Harding during the last weeks of the campaign. The year 1919 gave the Times, always so keenly interested in aviation, a chance to cover very fully the news of the first flights across the Atlantic. Its interest in wireless telegraphy had already been vindicated, and at present all newspapers are enjoying wireless service which might have been somewhat longer delayed if the Times had not been so fully convinced of the possibilities of this art a decade ago. The end of the war brought, of course, an increase in the amount of space devoted to local news, which had been somewhat reduced in the days when the dispatches from the battlefronts were of supreme importance, as well as a great expansion in the Times sporting department, responding to the great increase of interest in sports which followed the coming of peace. The Times was the only paper in the United States, or in the world, which printed the full text of the draft of the peace treaty. As will be remembered, The document was given to Senator Borah on June 9, 1919, by a correspondent of the Chicago Tribune, and by vote of the Senate was spread upon the congressional record. That night, the Washington correspondents of the Times got proof sheets from the government printers as fast as the copy was set up, and dispatched the text to New York on 24 telegraph and telephone wires obtained for the occasion. On the morning of June 10th, the Times had all of it, 62 columns, occupying most of the first 8 pages of the second section of a 40-page paper. The news service of the Times today is pretty well known to several 100,000 readers who prefer the Times to any other paper. If anything further is to be said about its quality, it may best be said by the mention of 1 or 2 instances of the Times's methods and their results. During the political conventions of 1920, the Times pretty regularly had more news and more reliable news than the other papers, and had it first. These conventions were covered by a staff of 9 men, all regular employees of the paper. The Times saw no need for hiring renowned experts, humorists, or fiction writers to supplement the work of its own men, and if any of its readers missed these features, they did not say so. The Democratic National Convention at San Francisco offered some technical problems of exceptional difficulty. Because San Francisco is 3,000 miles west of New York, and because New York saves daylight while San Francisco does not, San Francisco time is 4 hours earlier than that of New York. That meant that the first edition of most New York morning papers was going to press at a little past midnight, only a few minutes after the night sessions of the Democratic Convention were beginning in San Francisco. Despite this fact, the Times had some news from the beginning of the night sessions in its first edition on every night of the convention, and its second edition, coming off the presses shortly before 2 o'clock, had about as much news as other papers were able to get on the streets at daylight. Another difficulty in getting the news out of San Francisco was due, or rather seemed likely to be due, to the limited telegraphic facilities. Even the highest officials of the Western Union and the Postal did not realize in advance just how much their local organizations were going to be able to accomplish. As it turned out, the Western Union wire arrangements were more than sufficient to handle all the news of the convention, but this was not known beforehand. As a matter of precaution, the Times, which was unable to obtain the lease of direct wires into its office from the telegraph companies, finally made a roundabout connection through Canada. A telephone wire was leased for night service from San Francisco to Vancouver, and another from New York to Montreal. Between these 2 cities, connection was established by a lease of a Canadian Pacific Railroad telegraph wire, and the whole circuit was operated by telegraph with a relay at Vancouver, operated so well that news dictated to a telegraph operator in the convention hall at San Francisco was in the Times office in New York within 2 minutes. The long-distance telephone was used every night during the convention and was responsible for the publication in the first edition on the final night of news which foreshadowed Palmer's withdrawal a little later in the evening. All these are things such as all papers do now and then, and the only distinction of the Times is that it does them more regularly, more smoothly, and on the whole with more success. As a final instance of the operation of the Times news service today, may be mentioned the handling of the news of the German reparations proposals of April 26th last, proposals which, it will be remembered, were sent to the United States government in the vain hope of obtaining American mediation in some form, and which embodied the last German effort at compromise before the surrender to the Allied demands, which took place a few days later. The American declaration that all previous German offers were unsatisfactory reached the German cabinet at 11 a.m. on April 26, that is, 5 a.m. New York time. It was known that the answer would be prompt, that as a matter of form, it would be sent to the American government, but that since Mr. Harding and Mr. Hughes would not even transmit to the Allied governments any proposal which those governments were likely to receive with disfavor, there would be informal inquiries, as soon as it was received, to find out if it were acceptable. If not, it would wither and die in a Washington pigeonhole, so far as official transmission was concerned. The German note came to Washington on the evening of Wednesday, April 26th, and a vague and general intimation as to its contents was given out to all the correspondents there. A summary of the note was also given to the Associated Press in Berlin, and on the morning of Thursday, April 27th, that was all that the other New York papers had about the German offer. But the Times realized that the text of the note might be available not only in Berlin, where it was written, and in Washington, where it was received, but also in London and Paris, where the governments would be informally acquainted with its text before the note was officially transmitted. Consequently, the Times correspondents in Washington, London, Paris, and Berlin were all instructed to try to get the note verbatim. In Washington and Berlin, only inadequate summaries were obtainable. The summary given out by the German government was in 1 or 2 points seriously misrepresentative and tended to represent the offer as larger than it actually was. But the Times correspondents, both in London and in Paris, obtained and cabled the full text of the note on Wednesday night, the Paris copy arriving first, but only 10 minutes ahead of that from London. The Times alone of New York papers published it in full on Thursday morning. The Times alone of New York papers published the fact that the French government had officially refused to consider the offer and had notified Secretary Hughes of its decision to this effect. 2 other papers in New York had Paris dispatches predicting, on the basis of Premier Briand's speech in the chamber that afternoon, that the French government would reject the note. The others had not even that much. The Times was also the only New York paper which printed on Thursday morning the comments of the Paris press in their issues of the same day, comments, of course, which could be transmitted only because of the 5-hour difference in time, but which no other New York paper received in time for publication. Thus, on one of the most important pieces of world news in the year 1921, the Times alone, except for the papers which purchased the Times's news service for publication in other cities, published the contents of the German proposal and the fact of the French refusal to consider it. An achievement of this sort tells a good deal more about the quality of a paper than the exclusive publication of a single story acquired by the wide acquaintance of some member of its staff. It is a feat which cannot be performed on the spur of the moment. It implies an intricate and highly trained organization. That organization is the chief distinction of the Times today. The story of the modern Times has been told, inadequately and imperfectly, but as fully and impartially as it can be told by its own family. In those 25 years, the Times has gone further and grown faster than even the men who controlled it foresaw, and its growth is not yet ended. There is room for improvement, and the men who get it out every day are constantly trying to improve it. There is room for still greater increase in prosperity and influence. No more than anything else on earth will American journalism ever again be the same as before 1914. What the opportunities and demands of the future will be, no newspaper man can see very clearly, though some of them think they can see after a fashion. But it is safe to say that they will require a higher standard of merit from all newspapers than that which was sufficient from 1865 to 1914. It will probably be impossible for American newspapers of the future to achieve greatness or even much notoriety by mere vigorous expression of partisan political views. No New York paper, at least, will ever again become great and prosperous by excellence merely in local news. Newspapers of the future must give the news and the news of the world. They must combine in proper proportion the covering of the news in their hometown, as they have learned that art in the last half century, with the presentation of the news from every continent, as some of them have learned to present it since 1914. Modern science has made news gathering more difficult in the sense that it has broadened immeasurably the possibilities of getting news, and thus enabled the most enterprising newspapers to set a very high standard for their competitors. The example given above will suggest that when a news story may be covered simultaneously by cable, wireless, or telegraph in London, Paris, Berlin, and Washington, the paper which expects to cover it merely by a telegram from the Washington office is sometimes going to be left behind. A good newspaper of today needs a larger, more intricate, more efficient, and more expensive organization than the best editors of 20 years ago could have imagined. It is possible that the progress of invention will make competition still keener in another direction. Last year, during the Republican convention at Chicago, the Times sent its city edition out by airplane mail and delivered it at Chicago in the course of the afternoon. Before many years have gone, this may be a matter of course, and thus for the first time it may be possible to have in America something approaching a really national newspaper. There can never be national newspapers in this country as in France and England because of the limitations our vast distances impose upon delivery. But when New York papers are delivered everywhere east of the Mississippi on the day of publication, as they certainly will be within a decade or so, they will have an opportunity for taking on a good deal more of a national character than they have ever had in the past. Undoubtedly, the New York Times today approaches the character of a national newspaper more nearly than any other in America. It does so, of course, because of its copious presentation of general news, national and international, which is made possible by the fact that the Times is fortunate enough to have in the city where it is published a large clientele which will be interested in this news. One of the obstacles in the way of establishing a sort of generalized national newspaper, such as is sometimes talked of by doctrinaires, is the fact that every newspaper has to be printed and published somewhere, that the difficulties of distribution make it inevitable that a very large proportion of its reading public will be local, and that most people want to find in their paper a good deal of news about the town in which they live. The Times attempts to cover the local news as adequately as its competitors, but it is fortunate in being the favorite with that part of the New York reading public which is also keenly interested in the news of the world. It is, accordingly, able to devote a great deal more of its space to the presentation in extenso of news of general interest, and consequently has a larger circulation outside the metropolitan district than any other New York paper. It is widely read in Washington, and in California, it probably has a larger circulation than all other New York papers combined. It is only a guess, but probably a safe guess, that the Times is also more generally read over the world than any other American paper. It has mail subscribers in the Åland Islands, in Mauritius, and all over the South Seas, in almost every state or colony of Africa, in Sivas of Anatolia, in Tarsus of Cilicia, in Baghdad, and in Bandar Abbas. And by no means all of its Asiatic subscribers are wandering Americans. Even outside of Japan and China, a good many of them are Asiatics who find something of interest in the New York Times. The newspaper business in the future will not be a game for pikers. The Times today has some 1,800 employees. Its daily payroll exceeds $10,000. It uses a daily average of nearly 200 tons of paper. The cost of news getting may be surmised from the fact that some $25,000 was spent by the Times in covering the two national conventions of 1920. It would be rather hazardous to assert that nobody could come into the New York newspaper field today on a shoestring, as Mr. Ochs did in 1896, and succeed. Hazardous because even in 1896, all the experts said that he could not rehabilitate the Times without spending millions of dollars. But at least it seems quite unlikely that anything like this could be done now. In the past 25 years, 5 New York papers have died. The Advertiser, the Mercury, the News, and the Press have all disappeared. Neither the Herald nor the Sun has disappeared in name, but at any rate there is only one morning paper where both the Herald and the Sun grew before. Of the papers which were in existence in 1896 and are still appearing today, some have survived because they have made money, and some because they are owned by wealthy men who can stand the loss. And it is significant that the only new daily paper which has been established in New York in the past 25 years, a paper, it should be observed, which is of a somewhat specialized character, predominantly a picture paper, and can be produced much more cheaply than a daily of the ordinary type, is owned by the wealthy corporation which publishes the Chicago Tribune, and which could not only supply the daily news with its telegraph and cable news and its features without added cost, but could put up the money to keep it going till it got on its feet. The increased cost of production has reduced the number of papers in most of the other cities of the country as well as in New York. It takes money not only to start a paper, but to keep it going if it does not pay its way. More money than was needed 25 years ago. The natural result is concentration, the absorption of failing papers by their more prosperous competitors. That perhaps may not be altogether in the public interest, especially in a city of secondary rank which used to support 2 or 3 morning papers and now has only one. Even Chicago has now only 2 morning newspapers in the English language. It is conceivable that in a city of 2¾ million people, there are a good many readers who are not wholly satisfied with either of those papers, but to start another in successful competition would require both unusual ability and a great deal of money. New daily papers, unless supported by men who are quite willing to go on throwing millions into them until they get on their feet, in competition with established papers whose annual income already runs into the millions, are more likely to renounce all hope of competing with those already established in the covering of general news and restrict themselves to particular interests. Even that will imply some serious disadvantages. For example, with 2 or 3 such publications competing with newspapers of the more usual type, there is bound to be a good deal of waste in advertising. With certain newspapers confining their energies to only a part of the field, advertisers will be in doubt just how to reach the public they want, and a good deal more of their money will be required. In the opinion of the management of the Times, advertising which does not bring results is disadvantageous not only for the advertiser but for the newspaper, and the most satisfactory situation for both is that in which the actual situation of every newspaper, both as to quantity and quality of circulation, is well known. These dangers may not be imminent in view of the high cost of establishing a newspaper of any kind in a large city, but in somewhat modified form, evils of this general character exist in present-day advertising. In the opinion of the publisher of the Times, the most widespread defects of advertising today are lost motion and low visibility, and it may be in order to quote some of his thoughts on this subject, delivered to the Associated Advertising Clubs of the World in their convention at Philadelphia on June 26, 1916. Quote, "It may startle you if I say that I doubt if there is any business in the world in which there is so much waste of time, money, and energy as in advertising and its correlative instrumentalities. It may be rank heresy for me to say this, yet I affirm that more than 50% of the money spent in advertising is squandered and is a sheer waste of printer's ink, because little thought and less intelligence are applied, and ordinary common sense is entirely lacking. Too frequently, the dishonesty stamped on its face is about all the intelligent reader discerns. The first essential of successful advertising is something to advertise. The next, to know how to advertise, and when and where. Too many advertisers have not to advertise save their impotence and their folly. Too often the impelling reason is vanity, to see their names in print, and the greatest damage results when business prudence is dethroned and the advertising is done for ulterior reasons, either to favor some individual or to promote some sinister purpose. But it is not of that kind of wastage I wish to speak, for we have no interest in that sort of advertiser. I have in mind some well-intentioned advertisers' lost motion and consequently low visibility. I say some advertisers, though I should say many advertisers. To my mind, the worst evil is the thoughtless and careless method in buying advertising space. If the advertiser wishes to build a house or a factory, he investigates and informs himself, employs an architect, usually invites proposals, and awards the construction to a responsible builder. When he buys his supplies, he studies the markets, he informs himself, he engages efficient assistants. To sell his goods or products, he concentrates all his faculties to study the trade and meet competition. But when he comes to advertising, his business judgment seems atrophied. His conceit predominates. His prejudices have full sway. Favoritism and personal feelings are potent influences. The care and scrutiny he exercises in all other branches are woefully lacking in his advertising department. The attitude assumed toward the publication favored, I use the word favored advisedly, is one of benevolence. Let me illustrate the advertiser's lost motion by an example. He decides to advertise. He consults various agencies. He too often selects the cheapest. Lost motion. A list of publications is selected. Too often the controlling factors are extra commission or rebate, personal friendship, low rates. Lost motion. In the preparation of copy, little time and poor talent employed. Lost motion. Finally, cheap papier-mâché impressions of the advertisement are sent to the publications instead of good electrotypes, resulting in bad printing, lost motion, and certainly low visibility, if any visibility at all. There are few acts of advertisers more stupid than to give time and thought to the preparation of copy, to fuss and fume with artists and compositors for an effective display, pay large sums for space, and then, to save a few pennies or a little time, mar the whole effect by supplying the publication a matrix from which to make a stereotype plate. You often see evidence of that kind of advertising short-sightedness, for it stands out like a sore thumb. Now, about lost motion and low visibility by the advertising agent. The most glaring fault is when the agent uses his credit and standing beyond his personal resources and speculates in the result of his client's business. That's low visibility, for if he would look beyond his nose, he would discover breakers ahead, and about them frightful wreckage of some of the stoutest ships, even when steered by the ablest mariners. It is the exception that proves the rule if an advertising agent, departing from his legitimate business, avoids disaster. An agent mars his reputation as a safe advisor and counselor when, for the small immediate profit in sight, he takes the business of an advertiser who has nothing to advertise except perhaps a bad name, or one whose advertising a tyro in the business should know would bring no results. Here's where truth should prevail, and the proposed advertiser warned against wasting his money. Quote, I only handle advertising which my expert knowledge and experience cause me to believe will justify the expenditure, unquote. What a drawing card that would be for an agent, if he could succeed in making those interested know its truth. Now, as to the publisher, the third party to the transaction, how about his lost motion and low visibility? I cannot even begin to catalog his delinquencies under that head. It would consume too much time. But this I will say, that there is no other business in which there is so much lost motion and low visibility as in the publishing business. The wastage is frightful, appalling, and disheartening to those who have the temerity to acquaint themselves with the facts. I refer especially to newspaper publishers, and it is of their bad practices I shall say a few words, for I cannot trust myself to unloose my pent-up feelings on that subject in fear lest it largely partake of self-condemnation. In the matter of advertising rates, there seems to be only one established rule, viz., quote, all the traffic will bear, unquote. There seems to be no standard, no basis from which to begin, and consequently, rates are altogether arbitrary. Common sense and ordinary rules of logic play little part. Rates are fixed in the easiest way, that is, along the line of least resistance. Is it any wonder that the advertiser is disquieted and not trustful when he is asked to sail the uncharted seas? The besetting sin is low rates. If you wish to see intelligent advertising, effective advertising that attracts the reader, where there is the least lost motion in space and words, you will find it in the publications maintaining what the advertiser considers high rates, and, on the other hand, the thoughtless, worthless advertising predominates where the rates are low. I am not comparing largely circulated publications with those of small circulation. I have in mind publications of relatively the same circulation. When rates in a desirable medium are what the advertiser thinks comparatively high, he must consider quality, and 9 times out of 10, the quality or character of the circulation is the deciding factor. Cheap rates destroy more advertising than they create, for they encourage useless and profitless advertising. I have a theory that the basic rate should be 1 cent a line per thousand circulation in a publication where the advertising columns are given the consideration to which they are entitled, and the advertising placed to the best advantage for results with regard to the publication's good reputation and the reader's interest. There may be less advertising space in the publication, but what there is would be better done and more effective. I am discussing advertising in its broadest aspect, cases in which there is something to advertise and advertising space is purchased with a view to the result of its direct appeal. I wish to make clearer what I have just said regarding the placing of advertising with reference to the publication's good reputation and the reader's interest. I mean that the advertisement should not be disguised. The reader should recognize it as an advertisement. No sailing under false colors. Advertising that cannot pay 1 cent a line per thousand circulation is hardly worth doing. Newspapers have a variety of rates, usually the highest for the business that naturally comes to them, and the lowest for such as prefer another medium. Not infrequently, this discrimination is against the interests of the best clients. The ideal newspaper advertising rate is a flat rate, one rate for all kinds of advertising, no time or space discount, a space limitation, and extra charge for permissible exceptions and preferences. There is no good excuse for reducing the rate because the advertisement has news value. For the greater the news value, the stronger the justification for remunerative rates. A word with reference to the belief in some quarters that the advertiser bears too great a proportion of the expense of publication. This creates the popular delusion of an unequal division of the expense between advertisers and readers. An established newspaper is entitled to fix its advertising rates so that its net receipts from circulation may be left on the credit side of the profit and loss account. To arrive at net receipts, I would deduct from the gross the cost of promotion, distribution, and other expenses incidental to circulation. I affirm this on the principle that the advertiser wishes to encourage the widest distribution, for without impairing its merits, the less costly the publication, the larger its circulation, hence the more valuable and less costly the advertising. So the less the reader pays, the less the advertising costs. And if circulation augments profits, the publisher is rewarded for stimulating it. To assert that therefore the newspaper is solely or dangerously dependent on the advertiser is to declare that advertising has no value, that advertisers have no intelligence, and that the publisher does not know independence when he enjoys it. It is an axiom in newspaper publishing. Quote, more readers, more independence of the influence of advertisers, fewer readers, and more dependence on advertisers, unquote. It may seem like a contradiction, yet it is the truth to assert. The greater the number of advertisers, the less influence they are individually able to exercise with the publisher. A lot of nonsense is circulated about the advertiser's control of the newspaper. A newspaper improperly controlled by an advertiser is the exception that proves the rule. Unquote. There are some compensations for those disadvantages which modern conditions have brought. The high cost of establishing a newspaper or of conducting an unsuccessful newspaper makes it rather unlikely that in the future papers will be maintained, as they have sometimes been in the past, for ulterior reasons. that is, with some other purpose than the presentation of the news. Financial or political interests are not likely to buy papers to support their views if they are going to have to spend millions on this type of publicity, a type which is apt to be unremunerative, since a paper subservient to external interests is usually very soon recognized for what it is and loses all standing in consequence. Nor will it be so easy in the future as it has been in the past for wealthy men to buy newspapers as playthings. The larger scale of present-day journalism has some other advantages. It has pretty nearly removed some of the temptations, such as subservience to advertisers or to political subsidies, which were constantly present with the publisher of past years. The perils of journalism today are those of most other human activities: slackness, routine, overconfidence, short-sightedness. They are most serious, perhaps, on the most successful papers, where the temptation to ride on a great reputation is most seductive. If American newspaper history teaches anything, it teaches that riding on a reputation is the surest road to ruin. Every paper in New York can read that in its own record. For these consolations, such as they are, all newspaper men who take their business seriously should be thankful. In a sense, perhaps, the newspaper business is a public utility, but it differs from other public utilities in that competition is essential to its usefulness. Theoretically, there can be too much competition in the newspaper field, but there is not likely to be in the next few decades. And it is a bad thing for any business to become so expensive that only a rich man can even dream of coming into it and shaking it up. For experience has shown that men who have acquired wealth in other occupations rarely provide very formidable competition when they go into the newspaper business, and like all other businesses, it needs shaking up now and then. In the larger cities, at least, the newspaper field is virtually closed, restricted to those who now occupy it. The responsibility on them is all the heavier, for unless they do their work well, it will not be done. And it has to be done in a democracy. The recovery of the Times since 1896 is without parallel in modern newspaper history, and for the reasons given above, it is likely to remain without parallel. Yet it may be that its history has some useful lessons for newspaper makers. What those lessons are, any reader may infer from the story which has here been told. In the opinion of the management of the Times, perhaps the most important lesson is that integrity, common sense, and good judgment are more likely to bring success than wild extravagances, constant experimentation, and the frantic following of each new fashion. The fact that a particular policy or a particular feature has been a success on one paper is no guarantee that it will be successful everywhere. In the newspaper business, as in most other businesses, the surest road to success, in the opinion of the management of the Times, is to know what you want to do and know how to do it. If the new publisher who took charge of the Times in 1896 had tried to imitate the Herald, the World, or the Journal, the three brilliantly successful papers of the day, he would merely have accomplished his own ruin, and he could not have rebuilt the Times if he had not known his business from the ground up. Contrary to the opinion held in some quarters, newspaper making is skilled labor. It cannot be performed by any well-intentioned amateur. End of section 19 and end of chapter 6 of part 2. Section 20 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Appendix. The New York Times, New York, Tuesday, December 15th, 1914. For the German people, peace with freedom. Germany is doomed to sure defeat. Bankrupt in statesmanship, overmatched in arms, under the moral condemnation of the civilized world, befriended only by the Austrian and the Turk, two backward-looking and dying nations desperately battling against the hosts of three great powers, to which help and reinforcement from states now neutral will certainly come, should the decision be long deferred. She pours out the blood of her heroic subjects and wastes her diminishing substance in a hopeless struggle that postpones but cannot alter the fatal decree. Yet the doom of the German Empire may become the deliverance of the German people if they will betimes but seize and hold their own. Leipzig began and Waterloo achieved the emancipation of the French people from the bloody, selfish, and sterile domination of the Corsican ogre. St. Helena made it secure. Sedan sent the little Napoleon sprawling, and the statesmen of France instantly established and proclaimed the Republic. Will the Germans blindly insist on having their Waterloo, their Sedan, their St. Helena, too? 1,000,000 Germans have been sacrificed. 1,000,000 German homes are desolate. Must other millions die and yet other millions mourn before the people of Germany take in the court of reason and human liberty their appeal from the imperial and military caste that rushes them to their ruin? They have their full justification in the incompetence and failure of their rulers. German diplomacy and German militarism have broken down. The blundering incapacity of the Kaiser's counselors and servants in statecraft at Berlin and in foreign capitals committed Germany to a war against the joined might of England, France, and Russia. Bismarck would never have had it so. Before he let the armies take the field, before he gave Austria the free hand, he would have had England and Russia by the ears. He would have isolated France, as he did in 1870. The old emperor, a man not above the common in capacity, surpassed the wisdom of his grandson in this, that he knew better than to trust his own judgment, and he was sagacious enough to call great men to his aid. Wilhelm II was wretchedly served at Vienna by an ambassador blinded by Russophobia, at St. Petersburg by another who advised his home government that Russia would not go to war, and at London by the muddling Nikolsky, whose first guesses were commonly wrong, and his second too late to be serviceable. Germany literally forced an alliance for this war between England and Russia, two powers often antagonistic in the past and having now no common interest save the curbing of Germany. The terrible misjudgment of the General Staff hurled Germany headlong into the pit that incompetent diplomacy had prepared. The empire went to war with three great nations able to meet her with forces more than double her own. Then the worth of that iron military discipline and of the 40 years of ceaseless preparation to which Germany had sacrificed so much of the productive power of her people was put to the test. Again, the colossal imperial machine broke down. It was not through incompetence. The German army was magnificent in its strength, in equipment, and in valor. It was overmatched. It had attempted the impossible. That was the fatal blunder. The first rush upon Paris was intended to be irresistible. That was the plan of the General Staff. France crushed, Russia could be sent about her business. It was not irresistible. It was checked. It was repulsed. When the invaders were driven back from the Marne to the Aisne and the Belgian frontier, Germany's ultimate defeat was registered in the Book of Fate and heralded to the watching world. Germany's battle line has been forced back to where it stood when it first encountered the French. Calais is freed from her menace. Tannenberg was but an incident to the swarming hordes of Russia. What boots it if she enters Lodz, if she sees Warsaw? What even if by some unlooked-for turn of fortune she again approach the walls of Paris? Kitchener's new million of trained men will be in France before the snows have melted in the Vosges, and Russia is inexhaustible. There is within the German view an even more sinister portent. The world cannot, will not, let Germany win in this war. With her dominating all Europe, peace and security would vanish from the earth. A few months ago, the world only dimly comprehended Germany. Now it knows her thoroughly. So if England, France, and Russia cannot prevail against her, Italy with her 2 millions, the sturdy Hollanders, the Swiss, hard men in a fight, the Danes, the Greeks, and the men of the Balkans will come to their aid and make sure that the work is finished once and for all. For their own peace and safety, the nations must demolish that towering structure of militarism in the center of Europe that has become the world's danger spot, its greatest menace. The only possible ending of the war is through the defeat of Germany. Driven back to her Rhine strongholds, she will offer a stubborn resistance. Even with the Russians near or actually in Berlin, she would fight on. But for what? Why? Because the German people, the very people, are resolved to get themselves all killed before the inevitable day of the enemy's triumph? Not at all. The weary men in the trenches and the distressed people merely obey the orders given by imperial and military authority. For the men in those high quarters, defeat would be the end of all. Desperation, with some possible admixture of blind confidence, will continue the war. But why should the German people make further sacrifice of blood to save the pride and the soldier straps of German officialdom? It means 1 million more battlefield graves. It means frightful additions to the bill of costs and to the harshness of the terms. Since the more dreadful ending is in plain view, why not force the better ending now? But this is revolution. That may be so. Call it so. Definitions are useful. They are not deterrent. Is there in all history any record of a whole people rising against their rulers in the midst of a great war? Let the historians answer the question. Is it conceivable that the loyal German people, made one by the love of the fatherland and devoted to the accomplishment of the imperial ideals, could be stirred to revolt while still unconquered? That concerns the prophets. We are concerned neither with precedents nor with prophecy. We have aimed here to make clear the certainty of Germany's defeat and to show that if she chooses to fight to the bitter end, her ultimate and sure overthrow will leave her bled to exhaustion, drained of her resources, and under sentence to penalties of which the stubbornness of her futile resistance will measure the severity. We could wish that the German people, seeing the light, might take timely measures to avert the calamities that await them. It may well be doubted that they will see the light. But have not the men of German blood in this country a duty to perform to their beleaguered brethren in the old home? Americans of German birth or of German descent should see and feel the truth about the present position of Germany, the probability for the near, the certainty for the remoter future. At home, the Germans cannot know the whole truth. It is not permitted them to know it. It will be unfraternal and most cruel for German Americans further to keep the truth from them, or to fail in their plain duty to make known to them how low the imperial and militaristic ideal has fallen in the world's esteem, and to bring them to understand that the enemies they now confront are but the first line of civilization's defenses against the menace of the sword that forever rattles in its scabbard. The sword must go, the scabbard too, and the shining armor. If the Germans here have at all the ear of the Germans there, can they not tell them so? They have come here to escape the everlasting din of war's trappings. They have come to find peace and quiet in a land of liberty and law, where government rests on the consent of the governed, where the people by their chosen representatives, when there is a question of going into the trenches to be slain, have something to say about it. Have they ever tried to get into the heads of their friends in the fatherland some idea of the comforts and advantages of being governed in that way? Instead of vainly trying to change the well-matured convictions of the Americans, why not labor for the conversion of their brother Germans? The state is power, said Treitschke. He would have written Tennyson's line, "The individual withers, the state is more and more." In the German teaching, the state is everything. To the state, the individual must sacrifice everything. With us, the state is the social organization by which men assure to themselves the free play of individual genius, each man's right in peace and security to work out his individual purposes. If the German Americans prize the privileges they have enjoyed under our theory of the state, ought they not to tell the Germans at home what it means for the individual to be free from quasi-vassalage? There is no people on earth more worthy to enjoy the blessings of freedom than the Germans. Germany has taken her place in the very front of civilization. Freed from the double incubus of imperialism and militarism, the German genius would have a marvelous development. It is not in the thought of Germany's foes to crush the German people. The world would not let them be crushed. It has for them the highest esteem. It will acclaim the day when it can resume friendly and uninterrupted relations with them. But the headstrong, misguided, and dangerous rulers of Germany are going to be called to stern account, and the reckoning will be paid by the German people in just the proportion that they make common cause with the blindly arrogant ruling class. When representative Americans and men of peace like Dr. Eliot and Andrew Carnegie insist that there can be no permanent peace until an end has been made of German militarism, sober-minded Germans, here as well as in Germany, ought not to turn a deaf ear to such voices, for they speak the opinion of the world. The bill of costs mounts frightfully with every month's prolongation of the war, and the toll of human lives is every day ruthlessly taken. It may be a counsel of unattainable perfection to say that the German people ought now to end the war. But for their own happiness, for their own homes, for their interests and their future, it is true. The truth of the counsel is unconquerable. End of section 20, and end of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis.